Good morning. Good morning. Just a reminder that today is going to be a two-hit day. We're also going to skip over the drivers' meeting, so we're going to try and get as many runs in as we can today. So that's two hits today, no drivers' meeting. Points race number 2 from yesterday will be run on June the 27th. Thank you. Good morning, good morning. Just a reminder that today is a two-hit day. No drivers meeting, and points race number 2 from yesterday will be contested on June 27th. We'll run it that day. So just a gentle reminder, it's a two-hit day today. No drivers meeting. Points race number 2 will be run June 27th. And yeah, please respond to the station lanes quickly when your class is called. Thank you. Attention, attention. We are calling all SIR staff to their positions, please. We are calling all SIR staff to their positions. We are also calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. SIR staff to your positions, pro to 5 and 6. We are calling all SIR staff to their positions, please. All SIR staff to their positions. And we are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Just a quick reminder, the souvenir shop is going to be open today. It is going to be open from 9 o'clock a.m. till 2 p.m. today. So the souvenir shop, if you need some swag, is open at 9 and will be until 2 o'clock p.m. As well, Hector's Grubhub has a special on today. It's brisket on a bun for $12. And if it's as phenomenal as all of their food is, you know that's going to be a spectacular sandwich. So around noontime, or if you're hungry now, head on over to Hector's Grubhub, grab yourself brisket on a bun. It is $12 today. And just a reminder, it is a 2-hit day today. No drivers meeting. Points race number 2 will run on June 27th. And we are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Staging lanes 5 and 6 for pro. We are going to get ready to go right away here. We are 2 hits today, no drivers meeting. The race from yesterday will be run on June 27th. Also, we need to thank Harry at Dynamic Balancing for the new racer gate. But right now, we need pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We found an air tag down on the starting line and it was beeping. So if you are looking for an air tag, I have it here up in the tower so you can come grab it. Again, we have found an air tag on the starting line. It now is with me in the tower. It was beeping, so if you're looking for it, please do head on up and grab it. Thank you. All right, time trials number 1 about to get underway in our pro category. Looking forward to today. The sun has decided to grace us with its presence here so far. Let's hope that it remains. Again, have a great day, everyone. Remember, left lane at the top end has the right of way, so that's the left-hand lane should clear or needs to clear before the right-hand lane does. As well, if you're feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The brisket on a bun is on special today. And just again, a reminder, 2 hits today, no drivers meeting. Points race number 2 will run June 27th. We're calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We're calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. And we still have an air tag up here. It was found on the starting line. If you are missing an air tag, it was beeping. It is now with me in the tower. You can come grab it when you've got a moment. Monster wheel stand on that one. You got to say something for that. Holy Toledo. Love seeing that. We're calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, the souvenir shop. The souvenir shop will be open from 9 until 2 o'clock today. It is the last day to order a jacket. You're going to want to head on over there and get yourself some cool SIR swag. And again, we do have that air tag up here, so if you are looking for it, come see me. I'll return it to you. We're calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Super Pro. Final call for Super Pro. Testers, we're calling you to 1 and 2. Testers to 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro. Testers 1 and 2. We are calling testers to 1 and 2, please. That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. We are calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. There's only 2 hits today, so if you want to make one, head on over. Sorry, only 2 hits in time trials. If you want to head on over, testers at staging lanes 1 and 2 for testers. And we still have the air tag up here as well. It was found down on a starting line, so if you are missing an air tag, come and talk to me. Thanks. We are calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. We are calling sportsmen to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman class, you are being called to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6. Can we get sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? That is sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is sportsmen to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, we are calling. Oh. We are calling Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, and we are calling Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. That is Junior Street to 3 and 4, Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. We are calling Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, and it's going to be Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Junior Street 3 and 4, Junior Dragster staging lane 1, please. We are calling Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. As Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, and Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We are calling Junior Street again to staging lanes 3 and 4. That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to 1, please. Junior Dragster to 1. Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We are also still looking for the owner of an air tag as well. We're looking for the owner of an air tag. It was found down on the starting line. So if that belongs to you, it is safely here in the tower. Again, Hector's Grub Hub always providing fine food for us. Today's special, brisket on a bun for $12. Souvenir shop is open today from 9 until 2. It's the last weekend to order a jacket. There's all kinds of really cool SIR 60th anniversary gear there. There's t-shirts. I saw a few hoodies running around. And as well, we've got this really spectacular calendar here as well. So you're going to want to head on over to the souvenir shop between the hours of now and 2 o'clock p.m. We are calling Junior Dragster to staging lanes 1, please. That is Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Call in street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. We are calling street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Street legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Thank you very much. We still do have that air tag here. It was found on the starting line, so if you were missing an air tag, it's with me. You can come claim it from the tower, but we do have this air tag up here still. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for hit number 2 of the morning. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for time trial number 2. We are calling pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for your second and final hit of our time trials this morning. That is pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We want to take a moment and thank our sponsors for sponsoring our races here at Saskatchewan International Raceway for the 60th anniversary season. We got to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms. They are spreading the joy. You can find them at lmbf.com. We want to thank them for sponsoring that scrubber that we had to make use of yesterday. Also thank Rod's Custom Carts, electric carts built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture. They've sponsored that sick-looking cart that you can see down by the starting line. You can find out more about them at rodscustomcarts.ca, or you can visit them at 2631 Faithful Avenue. We also will thank Rod's Hot Rods for Hot Rods Customs and Sales. You can find them hotrods.ca, rodshotrods.ca, over at 2623A Faithful Avenue here in Saskatoon. We're going to thank United Rentals as well. They connect the work site. You can find them at unitedrentals.com or 410 Thatcher Avenue. Also, we're going to thank our right-hand lane sponsor, Tiger Automotive. They are your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs, tigerautomotive.com, or you can visit their showroom at 286 Venture Crescent. And we'll thank our left-hand lane sponsor, that's VP Racing Fuels, for when it matters most. You can find them at vpracingfuels.com. We also need to thank Flamin Trailers, building one relationship at a time. Find out more for all of your trailering needs at flamin.com. As well, we're going to welcome Butler Buyers. They say, welcome to Insurance Made Easy. You can find out more about what they offer you through www.butlerbuyers.com, or you can visit them in person at 301 4th Avenue North, 3929 8th Street East, both here in Saskatoon. We're going to thank Q-Line Trucking. They are moving the world. You can find out more about how they can serve all of your needs at qlinetrucking.com, 101 Wirtz Avenue in the Corman Industrial Park.
Hey, Corey, let's send Russ. I'll be down here. You watch sport real good once you get the pro. Feature for Russ? Yeah, let's go.
All right, we are heading right back to action here. Russ Flamin's going to make a pass on that beautiful 1969 Pontiac GTO. It says the judge on the corner. And so it's going to be Judgment Day here for it. All right, folks, I'm excited to see this one run. It's a good car. It's a quick car. Let's sit back and enjoy. All right, getting underway with our second time trial here with the pro class. This is the final time trial for our day today. Again, I've still got this air tag up here. We found it down on a starting line. If it belongs to you, come on and find it. Or if you're starting to think about lunch, you can think about Hector's Grubhub. Grab yourself their brisket on a bun for $12 if you want to try it today. And I believe the beer garden might be open in the next little bit. So Yep. Just a reminder, everyone, please keep your speed down on the return road around 15. Yeah, just please do that. If you're coming down the return road, come down around that 15-kilometer-an-hour range, please. We're calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, just a reminder on the return road to keep the speeds down around 15, please. If you're coming down that return road, please come back around that 15 mark, please. We are calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. As well, if you're missing an air tag, it is up here in the tower. We are calling Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call, Super Pro. Final call, Super Pro to 5 and 6. Testers to 1 and 2. That's testers to 1 and 2. Final call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. We are calling testers to 1 and 2, please. As testers to 1 and 2. We are calling testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please. That is testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. Or sorry, yep. Japan crew found something. They're going to go take a quick look at it. So we're just going to take a break in the action here. We're going to continue to thank our sponsors here. I'm going to thank Performance Plus. Their innovative performance upgrades. You can find them at performanceplus.com, 416 22nd Street West, as well as Audio Warehouse, your home audio specialist for 60 years of sound here in Saskatoon. You can find out more at audiowarehouse.ca. Currently it's parked, but we also have to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for the side-by-side with the FOD mats. We're going to thank Kubota of Saskatoon. You can find out more about them at KubotaofSaskatoon.com, 34 Capitol Circle. As well, Globe Printers. They've been making clients look good since 1973. GlobeSAS.com or 217 Jessup Avenue. And we have to thank Medivy Ambulance again for the ambulance and the paramedics. They always have our back here when we're racing at the track. So, big shout out to Medivy for that service. You can find out more about them because they want you to live life fully. You can find out more at medivy.ca. Also, we're going to thank OK Tire. They're more than tires. They're a one-stop shop. You can find their locations at www.oktire.com. As well, we're going to thank Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance, racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. They are at 1414A Lawrence Street down in Regina, but you can find them online at queencityperformance.ca. And, of course, we got to thank SGI. They remind you to take care out there. sgi.sk.ca. And, of course, we have to thank Great Western Brewing Company, the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. You can turn in your receipts for any Great West product that you purchase from our beer garden, and that goes to help the track. So if you buy some Great West products here today, you can turn your receipt over to the beer garden, and that helps us out here. You can find out more about Great West Brewing Company at their website, gwbc.ca. As well, we're going to thank the Mackenzie Automotive Wholesalers. They are our beer garden sponsor again this year, mackenzieauto.ca, 2909 Miners Avenue. As well, the souvenir shop is open until 2 o'clock today. There's a whole pile of 60th anniversary gear that you're just going to want to get your hands on. There are shirts, there are sweaters, there are stickers, and there's an absolutely phenomenal 16th anniversary calendar. The calendar has photos across the entire history of SIR. Each month shows you a great selection of the vehicles and the people that have run here throughout our history. You're going to want one of these hung up in your garage or your office. And special bonus, all of our race dates are already on the calendar, so you don't even have to write them in. They're just there for you. So you're going to want to head on over to the souvenir shop between, well, now and 2 o'clock and grab yourself one of these excellent 60 Years of Speed calendars. As well, if you are starting to feel hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. They've got brisket on a bun on special today for $12. $12 for brisket on a bun. You're going to want to grab one of those. As well, once the beer garden opens, you can make your way down to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden. Grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. And, of course, at this time, we're going to take a moment to thank all of our staff. They've been working super hard out there this morning, getting things ready to go, and always keeping an eye on things in the midst of their duties as well. So we want to thank all of SIR's staff for being out here again today and putting in the good work that they do. Skips lets me know, he wants you to know that he was out here at 5:45 today. That is dedication to our track.
Apologize to the guys at 6:30 when
Skip also wants to apologize to anyone he woke up at 6:30 when he was sweeping on the back staging roads there. But that's just the dedication of our track manager, Skip, and indeed of our entire staff here at SIR, getting things ready to go. But again, if you got woken up at 6:30 this morning, he does apologize. But, things just got to be done, right? That's just how it is. As well, if you are watching on live stream, welcome to you. Great to have you with us. Don't forget to leave us a comment. Let us know where you're from. Always interesting to see where our live stream reaches. We had someone from Okotoks yesterday tune in. So if you are on the live stream, drop in the comments where you're watching from. We appreciate it. All right, it looks like we are back to action with our second round of time trials in our Super Pro division. We're calling Sportsman to 5 and 6 right now. That is Sportsman to lanes 5 and 6, please. We are calling Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. That is Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. We get Sportsman to 5 and 6. Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, we've got one of our testers coming up to the line here. This is Mike Gonziola from Saskatoon in the 2017 C7 Chevrolet Corvette Pro Mod. It is breathing nitrous oxide. This thing is wicked. I am so happy we get to see it run. Heating up the massive slicks on that Pro Mod, getting ready to lay down a shot here, I am sure. Making sure there's all kinds of traction to hook up to once he hits the loud pedal. This thing is our current track record holder. It set it at our feature race event last year. You got to know, at some point, he's going to want to secure that number again. Very excited to have him out testing with us here today. Great to have him out. I love this thing. I love the paint job. I love the look of it, and especially how it runs. This is a nitrous oxide breathing monster Pro Mod again, folks. We are so grateful to have it here running with us today, doing some testing. The crew making sure everything is ready, getting the purge of the nitrous system going. You can see that what appears to be steam, of course, is the nitrous oxide being purged, making sure that when he hits the throttle, it is as fresh as it can be. Lining things up very, very carefully, folks. All right, this crew's giving him the tree. Oh, a little bit of tire shake there. And shuts it off. It looked like it was on a monster run, though, had it been able to hold. Again, a little bit of tire shake, but wisely gets out of it, not causing any sort of other issues on that pass. So we want to thank Mike Gonziola for bringing that one out and running it for us here today. Of course, you can look forward to it at our feature weekend as well, if I'm not mistaken. But again, thanks for watching the giant nitrous oxide breathing Pro Mod. We are going to go check something out here, folks. There's a tremendous amount of smoke a good way down the portion of the track there, so we're going to take a moment to find out what happened there, and we'll get back to it once we're safe to go. But as you can see, there was a tremendous amount of smoke on that pass. Obviously not quite what they were looking for on that one. We're going to go and check it out, see what we can find, make sure everything is cleaned up before we proceed with our time trials. Well, we've got some downtime. If you want to grab yourself a bite to eat, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. They are the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. And the brisket on a bun is only $12 today, so you're going to want to go grab one of those. We're also going to thank some of our sponsors here, YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, the Saskatoon Truck Center, the Continental Auto Body Restoration and Laser Auto Body of Saskatoon. We're also going to thank ABS Competition Enterprises of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking of Clavet, Audio Warehouse of Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Service, ECU Works, Extreme Transmission Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialties of Saskatoon, Hub Automatic Transmission Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Calvin's Wheels, Let's Go Distributors of Edmonton, the Nuo Auto Incorporated, Performance Plus of Saskatoon, Precision Performance Edmonton, Precise Engines, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, the Saskatoon Co-op and Avenue C here in Saskatoon, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Backco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag, Unified Auto Parts, Sask Auto Lift. As well, we want to thank our concrete welding and construction supplies. This is CIWS of Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, and Zell Countertops. Want to thank our entertainment sponsors, Sask Lotteries of Saskatchewan, the Snooker Shack in Saskatoon, and Crosscut Films. As well, our electrical and plumbing sponsors, Access Electric of Saskatoon. And of course, we're going to thank Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, VP Racing Fuels, Wendell Clark's, Pepsi Cola Canada of Saskatoon, Medivie Health Services West, Saskatoon Police Service, and the Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program, along with SGI. We also want to thank Competition Muffler of Saskatoon, Dennis Tire Center, and OK Tire of Saskatoon. For our printing signs and souvenirs, we're going to thank Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Glow Printers. Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted. Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted. You can go check those out, figure out who your dance partner is, so that when we call you, you're ready to go. But the Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted. We're going to thank Impressions and Thread of Regina, LB Signs of Saskatoon, Listowel Trophies Limited, and Quick Times Magazine. For all of our rentals, we want to thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals of Saskatoon, and the Rent It Store of Saskatoon. As well, we want to thank all of our other sponsors, Nordic Fencing, Diesel Medics Limited, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotels Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travel Lodge Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Towing of Saskatoon, Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, The Last Mountain Berry Farms, Mac Tools, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics Incorporated, Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Truckin', Trax Footwear of Saskatoon, Triumph Contractors, Kim Breckner, the MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Astro Towing, Here Right Canada of Saskatoon, Transcare Rescue, and Whitehead Truckin'. As well, we want to thank our photographer today. That's Richard Bedford, taking some photos for us here. So we want to thank all of our sponsors for helping us to do what we do here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. And of course, we're going to thank all of our staff who are out there right now checking on the condition of the track, making sure it is ready to go before we continue to send our next classification in the time trials down it. So it'll be a few moments to determine what exactly happened. As you saw, a tremendous amount of smoke a good portion of the way down the track. It seems like they found something. It's just a matter of how they're going to tackle it, it looks like. So we want to thank all of our staff for all of the hard work that they are putting in. So if you see anyone working, they're wearing blue shirts for the most part with the SIR staff. Pat them on the back, handshake. Say thanks, because they are out here busting their butts, getting things ready to go for us again. As well, we want to draw your attention to the next number of events here at SIR. We've got our home quarter Dragon Drive coming up in 2 weeks. That's Friday, June 19th, and that'll run through the 21st. After that, it's going to be our next street legal race. That's a Friday night. That's June 26th. And we're going to have points races number 4 and 5 on June 27th and 28th. Also, points race number 2, which was delayed by rain, will be run at that event as well. And then on July 3rd and 4th, it's Heads Up Havoc. What an amazing event. I had to catch it on live stream. I was out of town last year. I'm out of town again this year, but I'm looking forward to watching the live stream of this one. Heads Up Havoc is absolutely phenomenal. Also, for Home Quarter Dragon Drive and the Heads Up Havoc, you can find their Facebook pages with all of the information. Home Quarter Dragon Drive, they've got their route tentatively released. And the Heads Up Havoc had their payouts listed, so you might want to check that out if you're still looking to get in on some of that action. Moving right along into July, then, we're going to have Street Legal again on Friday, July 17th. Points race number 6 and points race number 7 on July 18th and 19th. Now, if the calendar here in front of me is not lying, it says Free Spectator Day for points race number 6. That's July 18th. You're going to want to be out here for that. Miles of Mayhem will make their stop on their tour here on July 29th. And then into August we go. So points race number 8 will be Friday, August the 14th. And then on Saturday, it's going to be the 60th anniversary feature event of the Southwind Showdown. I know Skip has been working hard getting people lined up for that one. You are not going to want to miss that. That is the Southwind Showdown feature race. That is August the 15th. Mark that one on the calendar for sure. Invite all your friends. Invite all your enemies. We want everyone to be here. We want it to be absolutely packed for our 60th anniversary feature showdown. Southwind Showdown show. That's August the 15th. And then not but 2 weeks later, it's going to be points race number 9 and points race number 10, the last 2 points paying events of our season. That's August 29th and 30th. You're not going to want to miss those. Last year's championship came down to that final race, and I have no reason to suspect it won't be the same again this year. And then that will take us into September. We'll have Street Legal, and that'll move to Sundays. That'll be the 13th of September, along with the 27th of September. And our fall finale, the Big Bucks event, will be Saturday, September 19th, and Sunday, September 20th. So there's a whole season of action planned here for Saskatchewan International Raceway. I am looking forward to taking in as much of it as I can. It's going to be a phenomenal year. As you can see, it's already been very, very competitive so far, and there's no reason to believe that it's not going to continue that way. So again, we've got some track prep that we need to do. It looks like had something come out of that Camaro there. Again, you saw lots of smoke, so it's a little surprised that there is all kinds of stuff going on over the track there. But again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Thank you to all of our staff. You can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. You can head on down to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage that you can enjoy responsibly, and turn in the receipt too, because that goes to help out the track, and we appreciate all of the help that we can get. So thank you, everybody. We will talk to you in a little bit. Also, while you have a moment, you can head over to the souvenir shop. They're open till 2 o'clock p.m. today. Grab some of that great 60th anniversary swag that they have got over there. They're open till 2, so if you got a moment, you can go check that out as well. All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. Looks like we are back to action with our last tester here, and then we'll be moving on into our sportsman division. Time trial number 2 continues. We're also going to call Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. That's Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. And Junior Dragster, you can make your way to staging lane number 1, please. That's Junior Street 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, staging lane number 1. Can we get Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? That is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. We're going to call Junior Street to the staging lanes 3 and 4, please. If there's any left out there, Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, please make your way to staging lane 1, please. We're going to call Street Legal to 5 and 6 as well. Street Legal to 5 and 6. So that'll be Junior Street 3 and 4, Junior Dragster 1, and Street Legal. You can make your ways to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. We're going to call Street Legal to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. That is Street Legal to staging lanes 5 and 6. Just got to quickly check something here at the track level. We'll be right back to action once we know what's going on. But again, thank you to all of our staff being out here today, putting in the hard work of keeping this thing up and running. So thanks to all of our staff. Again, we've just got a bit of a thing we need to check out, and we'll let you know more once there's more to know. Just check the boards for the ladders, everyone, as well. We've got a few of them posted, so you can head on over and make sure you see where the ladders are at. You can go check those out, find yourself. Not find yourself, but, you know, find where you are on the ladder, find who your competition is going to be, those sorts of things. So currently it's Pro and Super Pro. The Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted. Other than that, you're going to have to wait. But Pro and Super Pro, your ladders are listed. Just checking some stuff out at the track level here. If you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub. Grab yourself some of the best damn food you can have at a racetrack. Today's special, brisket on a bun for $12. Or you make your way over to the souvenir shop. We've got 60th anniversary gear waiting for you to purchase and take home and to share. All right, looks like we are back to it here right away, folks. Thanks again for your patience. Thanks again to our staff for putting in the work. Looks like the top end crew is going to respond to something here. Quite a bit of smoke there. Top end crew is going to go check out, see what is going on. We'll let you know what's happening once we know.
She looks like she's driving it back, so why don't you stop and see if you got oil?
All right, we're going to send everyone back to their positions, and we're going to get our last couple pairs of street legal done. So thankfully, not too long a delay on this one here. Thanks again to all of our staff for going to check things out for us. We deeply appreciate it as well. So if you see them throughout the course of the day, give them a thumbs up, give them a wave, let them know you appreciate all of the work that they are putting in for us today. So thanks again to all of our staff. We're We're calling the first round of pro eliminations to 5 and 6. Find your partner and make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6. That is pro. First round of eliminations. Find your partner and head on over to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. The Pro and Super Pro ladders are posted. The rest of the ladders are going to be printed and posted in the next few minutes here. We're still calling Pro. First round of eliminations to staging lanes 5 and 6. Find your opponent and make your way to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. First round of eliminations for the Pro division. We want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for the side-by-side dragging our FOD mat here today. That's our foreign object debris mat. We're able to drive over the track and pick up all kinds of stuff with it. So we want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for sponsoring that again this year. We really appreciate it. You can find out more about them at KubotaofSaskatoon.com, 34 Capital Circle. A FOD mat, in case you were wondering, they've found their origin at airports and specifically on aircraft carriers. Yes, for the navies of the world, the aircraft carrier, you can't have any foreign objects or debris on your flight deck. And so the FOD mat was an answer to that. And of course, as these innovations often do, they make their way from, say, the aircraft carrier or the farm for other different types of equipment that we run out here today. But the FOD mat, it has its home at airports and aircraft carriers. And that technology has made its way over to the drag strip today. So again, we want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for sponsoring that side-by-side and for the FOD mat. It saves us a ton of cleanup time. It has been a great addition to the materials that we have to work with here at Saskatchewan International Raceway. And again, thank you to all of our staff working super hard, keeping this track up and going for us today. We really do appreciate it. As well, we are calling Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. First round of eliminations for Pro. Staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Find your dance partner and let's rock and roll. That is Pro. First round eliminations. And the rest of the ladders are going to be posted very shortly. James is just walking to the tech shed with them there. So the rest of the ladders is going to be posted momentarily here. We are still calling pro to 5 and 6. First round eliminations of pro 5 and 6. And the rest of the ladders are on their way to the tech shed right now. James has got that for us. So you can head on over to there, find out where you are. Again, we are calling pro 5 and 6, please. First round of eliminations. And while we're on a quick prep break, if you are feeling hungry, you can head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The brisket on a bun is on special today for $12. The ladders are now being posted as well. James has got them down there. Pro, we are calling you to 5 and 6 for first round of eliminations as pro to staging lanes 5 and 6 for the first round of eliminations. Please find your partner and head on over. We're going to get rolling right away here today. And the ladders for the rest of our divisions are posted as well, if I'm not mistaken. So you can head on over there, find your partner as well, and listen for our call. But we are calling pro to 5 and 6 right now. First round of eliminations, find your partner and get ready to rock and roll. As well, if you're feeling thirsty, you can head on over to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden, find yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. And if you buy some Great West product from them today, you can turn your receipt over to the beer garden, and that goes to help out the track. So we want to thank Great West Brewing Company for that as well, and for the Mackenzie Auto Group for sponsoring our beer garden this year. Just doing a quick prep here as well, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll in short order. So thank you very much for your patience again. Thanks for joining us. If you're watching from the stands, we appreciate you being here with us today. Or if you've joined us on the live stream, thank you as well. Drop a comment. Let us know what you're thinking. Apologies for not having ambient sound. We just need to figure out where we're going to put that microphone. So eventually it will be there as well. And you won't just have to listen to me. You can listen to the roar of the drag racing engines of Saskatchewan International Raceway. Thank you for your patience, everyone. We're going to send Russ Flamin on a solo shot here. This is a 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge. I love the patina look on it. This car is bad fast. Doing some testing here with us today, making the haul up from Regina with this absolutely fantastic 1969 GTO. He's got it pre-stage bumped into stage. And he's on a good hook this time, folks. Look at this go. All the way out in a 788 at 128 miles an hour. You could hear the RPMs let off a little bit. It sounded like at the top end, but still a phenomenal indication of the power. 788 at 128 for Russ Flamin and the Pontiac GTO on that one. Welcome to everyone who's in our spectator stands today. It's great to have you all out with us. As well as anyone who's watching on our live stream, we thank you for joining us. Remember to like, share, comment, and subscribe. And we are going to begin the first round of eliminations with our Pro category. This is one of the largest categories that we run at SIR. We've got 30 entries here today. And it's a single elimination. You lose, your day is over. You win, you continue on. That's as simple as that. If you're joining us for the first time, we do what's called bracket racing. All right, our first pair is Keith DeJarlis out of Regina. He's dialed in at 11:52. That's the number you see on the scoreboard at the top end. His opponent is Terry Wagner, also from Regina. He's dialed in at a 10:75. So Keith DeJarlis in the Pontiac will get a slight head start. That's how it's going to appear. And then when we get to the top end, if both vehicles run their dial in time, they should arrive at the top end at the same time. However, there's a number of factors that can prevent that from happening. Reaction time. Does the vehicle run the dial in time that it is displayed? A lot of questions will need to be answered. Keith DeJarlis wants to thank Dynacrane, Deck Bros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. And Terry Wagner wants to thank Queen City Performance. We've got a Queen City brawl developing here. Keith DeJarlis in the left-hand lane, Terry Wagner in the right. And it's a clean start for both vehicles. Terry Wagner is going to have to try and hunt him down at the top end. Let's see how this one develops. And it's going to be Keith DeJarlis advancing to the next round. He runs an 11:62 on an 11:52. Terry Wagner ran a 10:24 on a 10:15. All right, our next pair right away here, left-hand lane, Glenn Hendry out of the RM of Dundurn. That's a 1973 Plymouth Barracuda. And in the right-hand lane, hailing from Vanscoy, Saskatchewan, is Glenn Wright. The thing says Challenger, but that's clearly not a Challenger. That's a Kia EV, if I'm not mistaken, if I remember yesterday. At any rate, Glenn Hendry wants to thank OK Tire and Auto, Hendry Motorsports. And Glenn Wright is going to thank SaskEV.ca, Solar Catcher Solar, Rock Paper Sun Solar, Procedo LLP Law Firm, and Turning the Tide Bookstore. And at the top end, Glenn Wright will take the win. He's going to advance to the next round. Glenn Hendry's day is over, but Glenn Wright will advance to the second round of our Pro category. Next pair pulling up to the line, we've got Greg Eimer out of Regina. It's a 2013 Mustang Cobra Jet. The famous Cobra Jet engines from the 1960s have made a comeback into 2010s, and this is one of them. And in the right-hand lane is Ryan Appleby out of Emerald Park, 68 Dodge Charger. Wheels up launch for Appleby. He wants to thank Precision Machine, BBJ 5-Star Service, Bennett Auto, ABS Competition, and Kendra, Kara, and Russ. And it's Ryan Appleby who's going to advance. He ran a 981 on a 979. Greg Moore in the Mustang was a little bit off. A 949 on a 947. Margin of victory. Hardly anything that looked like. It all looks like reaction time for the most part, actually, folks. That would be what we call a whole shot win if your reaction time is what gets you through. And that's indeed what Ryan Appleby does on that run in the 1968 Dodge Charger. Perry Fletcher from White City in the 64 Plymouth Belvedere in the left-hand lane versus Dwight Grzybelski out of Martinsville in a 74 Duster. And at the top end, it's going to be Dwight Grzybelski moving on. He ran a 10:53. His dial-in was 10:49. Perry Fletcher ran a 10:35 on a 10:31. So Dwight Grzybelski moves on. Ken Daly is going to take on Dale Weist here. Ken Daly from Regina, the 1971 Dodge Dart. This vehicle loves to wheel stand, so if you're interested in taking video, this is probably one worth getting some footage of. He's got dialed in at a 10:09. The Oldsmobile in the right-hand lane, old school cool racing. He's dialed in at a 10:46. And that beautiful Oldsmobile 442 W30. Good clean start for both vehicles. These would have been competitors in the 70s as well, so it's interesting to watch them here. And it's going to be Dale Weist from Regina in the Oldsmobile moving on. Dale Weist ran a 10:46 on a 10:46. It doesn't get much better than that, folks. Mike Alexander brings a 1964 Plymouth Belvedere to the left-hand lane. He's dialed in at 10:10. Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. First round of eliminations for Super Pro to 5 and 6. That's Super Pro, first round of eliminations to 5 and 6. Ryan Doherty's dialed in at a 10:05 in the 1972 Dodge Challenger known as the Bad Influence. Mike Alexander with the beautiful Plymouth in the left-hand lane. And Ryan Doherty's going to turn on the wind light. Mike Alexander went red, but only just. And so the wind light comes on for Ryan Doherty and the Bad Influence. And the Bad Influence is moving on to round number 2. We're calling Super Pro to 5 and 6. First round of eliminations for Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. Nolan Penner in the left-hand lane out of Martinsville, running a 1966 Ford Fairlane. And in the right-hand lane, it's Anita Hendry. That's a 1968 Plymouth Barracuda. She would like to thank OK Tire, Hendry Motorsports, and Glenn with many exclamation points here. So Anita shouting out Glenn on this one. Again, OK Tire and Hendry's Motorsports as well. She's dialed in at a 10:77. Nolan in the left-hand lane dialed in at 10:46. Bit of a wheel stand for Nolan Penner on that one. Let's see how it goes. A good clean start for both vehicles on this one. Drivers showing their prowess. And it's going to be Nolan Penner at a 10:48 on a 10:46. Anita Hendry broke out a little bit, so that is an unfortunate end to her day. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, first round of eliminations to 5 and 6. All right, next up is Dave Fuzzy Kerr in the 1962 Plymouth Fury. He wants to thank Mar Bennett, ABS Competition Night Auto Grout, Servo Sand and Gravel, Mike Alexander. Camden Fiesel, part of that Feasible Racing team out of Regina, is in the right-hand lane in the 1979 Chevrolet Nova. Dave Fuzzy Kerr has dialed in at 11:60. Camden Fiesel has dialed in at 10:46. He'll have to wait nearly a full second, or a little bit over a second, before he's going to go. You can watch the green lights come down separately for both vehicles. Again, the idea is that they will cross the finish line at the same time, but for that to happen, the reaction time has to be identical, and they have to run their dial-in number, which makes bracket racing very difficult to do. It's always hard to wait when you watch that first car get away. Camden's going to have to hunt him down out towards the top end, and he will do it. Camden Fiesel moves on. He ran a 10:49 on a 10:46, so Camden Fiesel is moving on to the next round. Hailing from Balgonie, Saskatchewan, it's Andrew L. in the Dodge D100 1970 edition in the left-hand lane, dialed in at a spectacular 9:69. And in the right-hand lane is Harold Penner from Martinsville. That's a Ford Fairlane. That's a 1966 Ford Fairlane. He wants to thank K&M Auto and H. Penner Truck. This should be a good one. Andrew has had some very good reaction times so far this season. Wheel stand for Harold Penner, but he turned on the red light, so the wind light will come on automatically for Andrew L. You cannot leave too soon. And Harold Penner did that, not by a lot, but just enough. So Andrew L. is going to advance to the next round. Our next pair is Tyson Daranoski from Casa Rio, Saskatchewan. That's a 1999 Chevrolet S10. He's got a big thank you to RWH, Laser, Triumph Construction, Bridges Health, Laser Auto Body, and his beautiful supportive wife. Those are his words, not mine. And in the right-hand lane, it's Isaac Stetner from Regina in the 1969 Dodge Dart. He's going to thank Stetner Auto and Performance, Hoosier Tires, BBJ 5-star service, Hughes Transmission, and Spider Electric. This should be a good race. Tyson's dialed in at a 1082, a 1013 for Isaac Stetner in the right-hand lane. Both vehicles have moved into pre-stage, and we're going to make him think about it before he's going into staging, and here we go. Oh man, that's going to be disappointing for Tyson on the red light this time. Wind light comes on for Isaac Stetner. It'll be Isaac Stetner moving on into the next round. He ran a 1009 on a 1013. Isaac would have broken out, but because of the red light, the wind light still goes his way. All right, moving on right away here. This is the Plymouth Duster called Ketchup on the Vanity Plate. It's a 1970 edition. This one belonging to Al Guyman from Viceroy, Saskatchewan. He wants to thank Valley Center Diesel. And in the right-hand lane, a man who needs no introduction, it's Braden Haru. This is the Scat Rat. This is a 1968 Oldsmobile Cutlass 442. He wants to thank Laser Auto Body, RWH Motorsports, Triumph Construction, Scott and Glenn near Remco, and most importantly, Dad and Mom. And it's going to be a win light for Braden Haru. Al went red. Al went red, and Braden broke out, but Braden Haru will still advance to the next round. Alrighty. Our next pair. In the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro, it's Jansen Atten from Outlook, Saskatchewan. He'd like to thank RWH, Triumph Construction, and also he is one of the organizers of the Home Quarter Dragon Drive. And his opponent in this round is Steve Carlson from Delisle in the 1973 AMC Javelin. Jansen dialed in at 1048, Steve at a 1058, and it's a clean start for both vehicles. Oh, really squirrely for the Javelin out about 300 feet there. He did galler it back up and into the groove. Jansen Atten runs a 1066 on a 1048, not taking any chances of breaking out, as he did not hear Steve Carlson next to him. Steve Carlson having a bit of issues out at 330 feet. You saw that car take a wander there. We're going to shut it down and check it out and see what's going on there, because, yeah, that machine moved in a way that maybe you would not expect it to move. For drag racing, you want to go in a straight line, obviously. The straighter the line, the better. And on that one, we definitely saw some waggle from that from the AMC Javelin. So we're just going to shut it down for a quick sec, take a look at the track. Thank you to everyone in the stands for being out here with us today. Again, thank you to everyone on our live stream as well, watching from wherever you are. Drop us a comment. Let us know where you're tuning in from today. Looks like we're going to do a bit of prep here, something wasn't quite right on that pass. All right, we're going to take a moment to thank a few of our sponsors yet again. First and foremost among them is going to be Rod's Custom Carts for sponsoring the absolutely phenomenal cart that we see down at the starting line there that we're going to take out to check out some stuff. You can find out about more about Rod's Custom Carts at rodscustomcarts.ca. They are electric carts that are built for Saskatchewan lake life, golf, and agriculture, or as you see here, right for the drag strip. We're also going to thank the Last Mountain Berry Farms. They are spreading the joy. They've got some delicious jams that you can enjoy. You can find them at lmbf.ca. As well, we're going to thank Rods Hot Rods. You can find Hot Rods customs and sales through them. You can find them at rodshotrods.ca, 2623A Faithful Avenue. Also, we're going to thank United Rentals. You can see the light stands that are set up. We're going to be using them at some point this season, I'm sure. They're connecting the worksite. You can find them at unitedrentals.com, 4010 Thatcher Avenue here in Saskatoon. We're also going to thank our right lane sponsor. It's Tiger Automotive. They are your one-stop shop for all your vehicle needs. You can visit them at their showroom at 286 Venture Crescent, or you can browse them online at tigerautomotive.com. And we'll thank our left-hand lane sponsor. That's VP Fuels when it matters most. VPRacingFuels.com. All right, we also want to thank Flamin Trailers. They're building their business one relationship at a time. You can find out about them when you visit flamin.com for all your trailer needs. Also, the world doesn't run without insurance, so we want to thank Butler Buyers. They want to welcome you to Insurance Made Easy. You can find them at butlerbuyers.com. Or if you prefer to visit them in person, head on over to 301 4th Avenue North or 3929 8th Street. We're also going to thank Q-Line Trucking. They are moving the world. You can find them at 101 Wirtz Avenue in the Corman Industrial Park. Or you can find out about their services at qlinetrucking.com. As always, we want to thank Performance Plus for innovative performance upgrades. You can visit them online, performanceplus.com, or in person, 416 22nd Street West. We also want to thank Audio Warehouse. They are your home audio specialist. 60 years of sound in Regina and Saskatoon. You can find out more at audiowarehouse.ca. It's parked currently, but we also want to thank Kubota of Saskatoon for the side-by-side with our FODMAT that's been hitched to it. We appreciate that sponsorship greatly. Globe Printers, they've been making clients look good since 1973. You can find out about all their services at globesask.com or 217 Jessup Avenue right here in Saskatoon. And of course, we can't do it without Medivie Ambulance, supplying the ambulance and the paramedics for today. Live fully, medivie.ca. We want to thank them for always having our back at the track. Also, we want to thank OK Tire. They are more than tires. They're a one-stop shop. You can find out more, oktire.com. Queen City Performance. They carry a wide range of performance, racing, hot rod, and custom parts and services. 1414A in Lorne Street down in Regina. Or if you're not from Regina, you can find them on queencityperformance.ca. And as always, SGI reminds you to take care out there. You can find out more about their products at sgi.sk.ca. As well, we need to thank Great West Brewing Company. They are the highest quality beers in Western Canada, brewed with dedication and heart. You can turn in your receipts for your Great West products to the beer garden, and that helps to go to the track. The more we turn over to them, it helps us out. So we want to thank Great West Brewing Company for that. And as well, we're going to thank the Mackenzie Auto Group for sponsoring those beer gardens as a whole. You can find out more about them at mackenzieauto.ca, 2909 Miners Avenue. And again, Rod's Custom Carts, because that is a really slick cart that we get to use here at SIR this year. So thanks again to them for that. And we're going to get parked, and then we'll see what's going on. They don't see any of the heavier equipment moving, so that's probably a positive sign if one had to guess. Can we get testers to station lanes 1 and 2, please? Can we get testers to station lanes 1 and 2? Also, Super Pro, first round of eliminations if you're not already there. I think you're all there by the look of it. But if you're not, now would be the time to head on over to station lanes 5 and 6 if you're in the Super Pro first round of eliminations. Testers, though, you can make your way to station lanes 1 and 2. And we are back to action. Thank you for your patience once again, folks. We greatly appreciate it. Alrighty, looks like we've got a bit of a family feud on this one. It's Heller Bennett in the left-hand lane. That's a 1992 Ford Mustang. That's the style they call Fox Body. She's dialed in at 1119. And in the right-hand lane is Mark Bennett from Emerald Park. That's a 1971 Plymouth Duster. Separated by about 21 years when they were fresh on the lot, but as you can see, they are no longer in their stock configuration even a little bit. This should be a good race. Mark will have to wait just about 2 seconds before he gets his green. And he does a good job of it, both on a clean start. He's gonna try and chase it down by the top end, and he'll do it. Unbelievable. Mark Bennett ran a 9:27.00 on a 9:27. You literally cannot run a better pass than that on a lapse time. Mark Bennett, a 9:27 with 2 zeros on a 9:27 dial-in time. And so Mark Bennett will advance to the next round. Heller Bennett broke out a little bit, but the win will go to Mark Bennett on a unbelievable 9:27 on a 9:27. That's exactly how your dial-in is supposed to work. Kimberly Gulliger gets the head start in the 68 Acadian. She wants to thank Superior Diesel, RWH Motorsports, ABS Competition, and Outcast Racing. And Brandon Bennett's going to pick up the win. Brandon Bennett picks up the win. He ran a 9:28 on a 9:27, so Brandon Bennett moves on to the next round. Another member of the Feasible Racing team is coming to the line. This is Jake Feasel from Regina. This is a 1987 Chevrolet Camaro. He'd like to thank his sponsors, Advanced Electrical, Stand Pro Lighting, and Current Lighting. And in the right-hand lane is Walter Fruit Loop Frenetz out of Bigger, Saskatchewan in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette. The Camaro's dialed in at a 1046 and the Corvette at a 1086. And it's going to be a red light start for Jake Feasel on this one. The win light comes on for Walter Frenetz. So Walter Frenetz in the 08 Corvette is going to move on to the next round. He ran an 11:04 on a 1086. He may need to think about his dial-in time. But regardless, the win light goes on for Walter Frenetz. He is in to the next round. Can we get testers to staging lanes 1 and 2, please? Testers to staging lanes 1 and 2. And the party doesn't stop here. We're moving into the fastest class that races in our point series. This is the Super Pro division. There are some bad fast cars in this one, ladies and gentlemen, and they are all phenomenal. I am looking forward to this class. They are so fast. This is our Super Pro division. In the left-hand lane is Richard Skopik out of Saskatoon. That's a 04 Worthy Red Dragster. He wants to thank Provincial Vodka and Sewer and Paulin Mechanical. He's found one of the door slammers in the right-hand lane. That's Fred Schwab from Dundurn. That's a 1975 AMC Hornet. Dialed in at 11:45. Richard dialed in at 8:20. The Dragster's going to have to wait, 3.2 seconds if I'm doing the math correct before he's going to be able to go. That's a very hard thing to do. Clean start, pretty even reaction times on this pass. Let's see how it plays out at the top end. The Dragster's going to have to chase him down, and he won't do it. Fred Schwab will advance on 11:45 on an 11:45. Richard Skopik broke out on an 8:19. The Dragster broke out on that last pass, so Fred Schwab will advance. He ran an 11:45 on 11:45. Testers 1 and 2, please. Testers 1 and 2. All right, our next pair is Mark Dick from Osler, Saskatchewan in the 1967 Ford Falcon, dialed in 890. Rich Harder, who wants to thank Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction, dialed in at a 781. And we will see if that starting line advantage holds. At the end, it does not. The rail car gets there first. He ran a 781.29 on a 781. Mark Dick looks like he broke out. Only just, though. Nope. I can't tell. So it'll be Rich Harder moving into the next round, running that 781 on a 781. All right. Now, this happens to be my favorite car in the class, and favoritism doesn't get me anywhere, but regardless, it's here. It's Kelly Morrison in the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino, 954 on the dial. He's found Travis McBain in the right-hand lane. Travis McBain wants to thank the Snooker Shack, Napa, Renegade Fuels, TR Petroleum, the Diesel Medics, Hagen Mechanical, and LB Signs. This should be a heck of a drag race. Both sub 10 seconds on this. Very even starts. And it's a good straight pass for both of them. The win light, of course, has come on for Kelly Morrison. Kelly Morrison ran a 954 on a 954. It doesn't get much better than that. And he moves on to the next round. All right, in the left-hand lane is Kim Breckner from Saskatoon. That's a 1932 Austin Bantam altered vehicle there. And in the right-hand lane is Kurt Gessner from Dundurn. That's a 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. Kim dialed in at a 753. Chris dialed in at 937, so Kim is going to have to wait. Man, it's a clean start, folks. Everybody is absolutely on the hunt. They know it's a one-shot program today. And it's a 937 on a 937 for Kurt Gessner. He will advance to the next round. Kim Breckner broke out. Our next pair features Jack Appleby from Emerald Park in the 1972 Dodge Dart. An absolutely beautiful piece of equipment. And in the right-hand lane, you don't see very many of these. This model's nearly 100 years old. It's a 1927 Ford Model T. Obviously not in any sort of stock format at this point. That's Austin Stetner, who wants to thank BBJ, 5-star service, Stetner Auto, and Spider Electric. Pretty even dial-ins times. 9:30 on the left-hand lane, 9:10 on the right. Lights go green. Very good reaction time for Austin Stetner on that pass. Let's see how it goes through the top end. It's going to be Jack Appleby moving on, a 933 on a 930. We're going to call Sportsman to 5 and 6, please. Sportsman to 5 and 6. This is the first call for Sportsman to 5 and 6. All right, our next pair features Wayne McKinnon from Regina in the 1997 Chevrolet Cavalier. He would also like to thank BBJ, 5-star service, Link Trailers, Stripe Shop, and Neighbors Mechanical. Scott Uremko from Chaplin in the 1967 Acadian Consul would like to thank Link Rentals, Laser Auto Body, and ABS Competition. Wayne McKinnon dialed in at a 931 to an 813. He'll get a bit of the head start at the drop. And the win light's going to come on for Scott Uremko. Wayne McKinnon went red. Oh, man, a 006 on the wrong side of green for Wayne McKinnon. Scott Uremko picks up the W. He ran an 816 on an 813. Can we get Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6, please? Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. Find your partner and let's rock and roll. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane is Clarence Hunko from Saskatoon in the 1973 Chevrolet Camaro. He's told me yesterday he's going to put the Bad Company decals back on it at some point. I'm looking forward to seeing that. In the right-hand lane is Leroy Schmidt, also from Saskatoon, in that beautiful 1986 Buick Regal. He'd like to thank PBR Auction and Kelly Solheim. And he's got a long wait. A full 2-second wait. Man, oh man, this is going to be a heck of a drag race, folks. At the top end, it's going to be Clarence Hunko. He runs an 1153 on an 1147. Leroy Schmidt ran a 935 on a 930. Victory goes to Clarence Hunko. He will advance. In the 84 Chevrolet Camaro, that's Kim Bodnard. He'd like to thank Schulte Industries, Stein Electric, RWH Motorsport. And in the right-hand lane is Rick Brown, making the haul up from Indian Head. That's an 06 Chevrolet Corvette. He'd like to thank Stripe Shop and Agritactics Agronomy. Kim Bodnard dialed in at an 891, so the Camaro will get a bit of a head start. Rick Brown in the Corvette dialed in at a 774. Again, if you've got a moment, you can head on over to the souvenir shop and grab yourself some stuff, or head on over to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden also in full swing as well. And it's a clean start for both vehicles. The Corvette's going to have to do some work. Will the Corvette chase down the Camaro? It will. It will. 775 on a 774 for Rick Brown from Indian Head. The Chevrolet Corvette moves on to round number 2. All right, we've got another battle of the family members here. In the left-hand lane is Taylor Fiesel. That's an 01 dragster. He'd like to thank Vogt Auto, Buyer's Choice, and Key Storage. And in the right-hand lane, he called himself yesterday the ringmaster of the Fiesel Circus. That's Bob Fiesel. He's got a 2000 even dragster. All right, so Bob's dialed in at 902 in the right-hand lane, so Taylor in the left is going to have to wait just about a full second before he can depart on his pass. It's fun to see the two rail cars go. And the wind light's going to come on for Taylor. Bob went red on this one. We'll see what Taylor runs in the quarter. He ran an 804 on 807. He would have broken out, so he may need to reconsider that number. Bob Fiesel would have run his number, but he went red, so the win goes to Taylor Fiesel. Can we get Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6 if you're not already there? That's Sportsman to staging lanes 5 and 6. All right, we've got one of our test vehicles now. This is Boschman Racing's newest creation. This is the Sweet Revenge 3. This is a 1932 Bantam that's been altered. They are hailing from Dalmany. They've had a number of racing vehicles throughout their years. Last year they ran the Mullet Shaker Trans Am. This year it's the Sweet Revenge 3 that they're doing some testing on. Now, you may know the Boschman last name from a few different venues of racing. One of the family members was a owner of the Boss Blue pulling team, if you remember them. There was 3 vehicles in that fleet. There was a tractor, a jet-powered tractor called Jet Blue, and the pulling pickup truck Powder Blue as well. They still hold on to the Boss Blue pulling tractor. Jet Blue has moved out to Yorkton, and I don't know where Powder Blue ended up, so if anyone happens to know where the Powder Blue pulling truck ended up, please let me know. I'd be curious. But that was ancient history, because right now it's all about the Sweet Revenge 3. This is Mason Boschman behind the wheel doing some testing on this one. I love the paint job on the Sweet Revenge 3. It is such a cool vehicle. You can see the tent shake as he gets onto the throttle. That's how much force is coming out of those exhaust headers. And through the top end runs an 887 at 114 miles per hour for the Sweet Revenge 3. Good pass for Boschman Racing on that one. You can see they're pleased with that effort. All right, our next tester, this is Jared Carlson from Saskatoon. That's a second generation Camaro. This one from 1979. He's doing a test pass for us here today. This car has been in the 8s a few times. I've seen it run at street legal events. I've seen it run test and tune here. This car is bad fast. I like it. Those second gen F bodies, chef's kiss. They are just phenomenal vehicles. Especially when you start hitting them with upgrades. Boy, do they really wake up. All right, Jared Carlson on the go. Big squawk of the tires at the hit of the throttle there. And he's going to let out of it about half track. And he was running a 630 at 95 in the 8th. Still runs an 1161 at 74 in the quarter, but you could hear that he got out of the throttle pretty early on that pass. All right, from Super Pro, we're moving on to the Sportsman division. We've got a few cars in this pass here, so we're good to go. I like the Sportsman division. This one, along with Street Legal, are probably some of the most, how should we say, they are most like what you might find on the streets and the highways and byways of Saskatchewan. Left-hand lane is Sherry Gordon. That's a 05 Dodge Magnum dialed in at a 1481. And in the right-hand lane is Sydney Weeks in the 1964 Dodge Polara. He would like to thank Performance Plus, Canadian Industrial Welding, Bessie Customs, and RT Automotive. He's dialed in at a 1309. So he's going to have to wait for Sherry. And it's a clean start for both vehicles. The Polara appears to have, oh my, I was going to say it was behind, but it's catching up fast now. Let's see how this one plays out at the top end. It's going to be close, folks. Okay, we're going to call Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. Please, that is Junior Street to staging lanes 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, you are on the call for staging lane 1. Junior Dragster to staging lane number 1, please. Junior Street to 3 and 4. All right, our next pair is ready to go. It's Amanda Jacek Flaman out of Regina in the 1990 Pontiac GTA. That's the top of the breed for the Trans Am of that year. And Chad Novak will have a fairly sizable head start, just about a full 6 seconds in the Dodge Dart. So Amanda's going to have to go hunting. We call them a head hunting race. And we're going to see if Chad can hold off the charge of Amanda Jacek Flaman out towards the top end. No, he will not. Amanda Jacek Flaman runs an 1170 on an 1170. It doesn't get any better than that. A 005 off the dial for Amanda Jacek Flaman on that one. She's going to be extremely happy with that number. All right, our next pair is Roy Wright. He's got the Tesla. It's a dual motor. It's a 2023 edition. He's made the haul in from Vanscoy. In the right-hand lane is Owen DeJarlis from Regina in the 1976 Chevrolet Vega. He'd like to thank Dyna Crane, Meterman Inc., Link Trailer, and Deck Bros Performance. And it's going to be Owen moving on to the next round. Roy Wright turned on the red light on that pass, so Owen will advance. Junior Street, we are calling you to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster, you can make your way to staging lane 1, please. Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. All right. In the Dodge is Chuck Ackister out of Moose Jaw making the haul up. That's a 1971 Dodge D100 dialed in 1279. And in the right-hand lane is Chantel Hendry. She's a 3-time champ in this division from Dundurn in the 1970 Duster. She'd like to thank OK Tire and Auto Service and Hendry's Motorsports. A pretty even dial in time. Let's see how it goes. Chantel Hendry will advance. She ran a 1281 on a 1280, so Chantel Hendry moves on to the next round. Chuck Ackister broke out, unfortunately, and his day is done. All right, moving right along, it's Chris Burr out of Warman. That's a 1988 Ford Mustang. Again, one of the Fox body Mustangs that is so extremely popular in our sport of drag racing. He's dialed in at a 1225. Evan Stephenson from Saskatoon. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at a 1228. And it's going to be Evan Stephenson moving on because Chris went red. And Evan Stephenson will advance. Evan Stephenson in the Aspen ran a 1220 on a 1218. He moves on. Chris Burr in the Mustang turned on the red light. So his day is done. This is a fun matchup here, folks. We got Garrett Gerwing in the left-hand lane. That's a 2010 Dodge Charger dialed in 1323. And in the right-hand lane is Terry Willard from Frobisher, Saskatchewan. That's a 1977 AMC Grevlin. I love the look of those vehicles. You don't hardly see any of them. He's got the wheels outside of the wheel wells on the back end. All right, let's gonna see who's gonna get the better of it. Will be the Charger or the Gremlin. And it's going to be the Charger running a 1330 on a 1323. So Garrett advances to the next round in the Charger. Now again, because we do bracket racing, you see some really interesting vehicles, and Jay Steele in the right-hand lane has one of them. That's a 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee. He'd like to thank Superior Diesel, RWH Transmission, and Outcast Racing, and he's found himself, his opponent is Chris Neal from Regina in the 1974 Plymouth Duster. Chris Neal's going to have to wait a full 4 seconds, not anymore. It's going to be incumbent on the Duster to catch and exceed the Grand Cherokee. Let's see what happens at the top end, though. And it's Jay Steele in the Grand Cherokee advancing to the next round. He ran a 15.67 on a 15.65. Chris Neal ran an 11.52 on 11.50, but the win goes to the Grand Cherokee. That's one of the great things about bracket racing is sometimes the unexpected vehicle does take the W, and it does in this case. We're going to call Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. That's Junior Dragster to staging lane number 1. Darren Shimko in the 78 Nova has found Glenn Wright in the Kia EV6, and it's going to be a good battle to the top end. And this one's going to go to Glenn Wright. The Kia EV6 advances. You're on a 10.17 on a 10.12. Did a lot of work on the reaction time to get that one, so that win goes to Glenn Wright from Vanscoy. The EV6 is moving on. All right, we are moving on into our next division. Now, I've got a number of favorite divisions, but there are a few that are very important, and they're coming to the line right away here. We're going to talk about junior street, so this is what we call the co-pilot class. You have to have a parent or guardian run with you. This is an 8th mile class, but at the same time, you still get the experience of driving down our drag strip and challenging, for those point series as well. You know what? Junior street's got a point series. Junior dragster's got a point series too, so there's no slouches here. Everybody wants to win. All right, left-hand lane is Carmen Blanchard. That's a 2015 Dodge Ram Sport. And in the right-hand lane is Kaiden Farr from Saskatoon. That's a 2019 Dodge Ram Sport. They've dialed in at a 1040 and a 1029, respectively. They are pretty evenly matched, we would say, in this one. All right, let's see what's happening here. They're going to race out to the 8th mile. The two giant Dodge Ram Sports going to war. And it's going to go to Kaiden Farr from Saskatoon. The 2019 Dodge Ram Sport advances. He ran a 1029 on a 1029. Carmen Blanchard ran a 1078 on a 1040. Kaiden Farr moves on to the next round. All right, in the left-hand lane is Jack Prokopiew out of Nieuwenlage. We're going to call Pro to 3 and 4. Round 2 of eliminations for Pro. We're calling you to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, left-hand lane is Jack Prokopiew from Nieuwenlage. And in the right-hand lane, it's Laura Pitka in the right-hand lane in the 1995 Chrysler Intrepid. Dialed in at 1128 and 1170. Let's see how it plays out. And it's going to be Laura Pitka. They both broke out, but she broke out less. She ran an 1169 on 1170. So Laura in the Intrepid will move on to the second round of Junior Street. And we are calling Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. Round 2 of eliminations, Pro, staging lanes 3 and 4. Find your partner and make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4 for the second round of eliminations. All right, next in the Junior Street Division is Nikita Blanchard. That's a 2012 Toyota Tacoma, dialed in at 1080 for the 8th. And in the right-hand lane is Isabel McMillan from Saskatoon in the 2000 GMC Sierra, dialed in at 1106. A lot of pickup trucks in our Junior Street Division today. But when we go bracket racing, you can run just about whatever you want, so long as it passes tech for Junior Street. And you can have a co-pilot, obviously. And got another battle of the pickups here going. The domestic in the right-hand lane had a bit of an advantage on the starting line. All right. Isabel McMillan advances to the next round. That's an 11:06 on 11:06. She was perfectly on the dial. It literally does not get her better than that. My computer showing 4 zeros in terms of what she was off the dial. She ran an 11:06 on 11:06 perfectly, so the GMC Sierra moves on to the next round. We're going to call pro for round 2 of eliminations to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Let's find your partner and let's rock and roll. All right, Lucas Guyman from Viceroy is in the 1994 Dodge 2500, dialed in 10:25 on the 8th. He's got a bye run, so he will advance automatically to the next round, but he's still going to text that number. Make sure that 10:25 is correct when he has an opponent in the next round. Oh, at 10:24, he would have broken out, not by much. He's going to have to think about what he wants to do with that one. We're calling pro to 3 and 4, round 2. Pro 3 and 4. It's pretty empty in station lanes 3 and 4 right now. If you could make your way there with your partner, that would be most excellent. There we go. Pro round 2, 3 and 4.
Hey, Test and Dave Caster.
All right, moving on from the junior street division, we're moving on to the junior dragster division. We got 3 entries in today. All right, this is a very heavily contested division. There's 3 of them here today, looking to gain points and move up in their own point series. Again, this is points race number 3. Points race number 2 will be rerun on the 27th as we ran into some weather yesterday. Just getting our juniors set up. We have to do a little bit of work at the top end. There's an extra gate that we need to open up for them, as well as our safety crew goes out to help direct traffic at the top end. Again, we're going to call pro 3 to 3 and 4. Pro eliminations round 2 to 3 and 4. Now, again, I said the junior street division is one of the most important that we run here at SIR. I would argue that junior dragster is in the same category as well. If you want to get started in drag racing as a youngster, this is as good as it gets. This is the junior dragster division. They're running a 4-stroke engine on the back of those small rail cars, and they are certainly moving faster than I was at that age. I think you have to be, what, minimum of 8 to run in the junior dragster division, I think? All right. We got our first pair in the left-hand lane is Leah Jacek-Flaman. She's dialed in at a 12:10. And in the right-hand lane is Victoria Desjarlis from Regina. She's dialed in at a 13:67. She'd like to thank Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and Pro Reefer. This should be a good race. Can we get pro to 3 and 4 for round 2 of eliminations, please? Let's call pro to 3 and 4, please, for round number 2 of eliminations. All right, back on the starting line. It's Leah Jacek-Flaman and Victoria Desjarlis ready to rock and roll. They are pre-staged. And then they're going to bump in to stage. Victoria's stage, Leia's thinking about it here, just getting it unlocked. Again, drag racing, the great family sport here. Leia's bumped in all the way now. We'll wait for those green lights to come down. Just a bit of a reset there. It'll be Victoria with a clean start on that one. Leia Redlet, unfortunately, so her day will be done. Victoria Desjardins will move on to round number 2. And it's time for our third competitor in the Junior Dragster division. This is Thomas Jacek Flamin, Turbo Tom, as it says here on the computer screen. He's dialed in at 1177, and he'll have a bye run into the final round of Junior Dragster. Victoria Desjardins advanced. Thomas Jacek Flamin will also advance as well at the completion of this bye run. Pro to 3 and 4, please. Pro to lanes 3 and 4 for round 2 of eliminations. And Thomas Jacek Flamin is on his way out to the 8th mile in the Junior Dragster. Turbo Tom is going to advance to the next round at the completion of his run. And he runs an 1168 on an 1177, it looks like, so have some thinking to do about the dial in on that, but regardless, he moves on into our Junior Dragster final. And we're still waiting for Pro cars to slot into the staging lanes here. That's Pro, the staging lanes 3 and 4 for the second round of eliminations, please. All right, Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro, second round of eliminations to 3 and 4. Super Pro, we are calling you to 5 and 6. That is Super Pro. First call for 5 and 6. All right, we are back to action, folks, here. Calling Super Pro to 5 and 6. Round 2, elimination Super Pro 5 and 6, please. All right, our next vehicle is Russ Flaman from Regina in the 1969 Pontiac GTO Judge. Gonna hit the burnout box right away with great vigor, I'm sure. Just heating up those back tires. Make sure they've got lots of grip when he gets onto the loud pedal once the light turns green. I absolutely love this vehicle. There's not too many GTOs around anymore, and this is a very nice one, especially as it's been modified for drag racing. Had a good run on his last pass. We'll be looking to repeat that experience here. Bumped in up on the RPM. A little bit of a squawk of the tires at 330 feet, though. And out through the quarter, it's a 779 at 139 for Russ Flaman in the Pontiac GTO. A very fine run on that pass.
Yeah, 484 in the 8th is pretty quick.
He ran a 484 in the 8th, folks. That's Russ Flaman running a 484 in the 8th. That's pretty quick. He's running 157 miles an hour at that point. Super Pro 3 or 5 and 6, please. Super Pro to 5 and 6. We are into round number 2 of the Pro division. Like drag racing is like Highlander, there can only be one. And in order to do that, we whittle them down one at a time through rounds of elimination. We've got down to 15 Pro cars. So Nolan Penner will have the bye run. He's going to advance into the next round. He's got a 1046 dial in. He's probably going to test that number, I suspect. See if that's going to work for him in the next round of eliminations. Yanking the wheels up a little bit there. We'll see if he's going to be satisfied with the number. You can hear he's into the gas all the way. And he runs a 1047 on a 1046. Nolan Penner. Nolan Penner advances. Very accurate dial-in time on that one. Next, our first pair in the second round of eliminations is Keith Desjarlais out of Regina. 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. He wants to thank Dynacrane, Deck Bros Performance, ABS Competition, Pro Reefer Services, and Link Trailers. We're still calling Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Super Pro, round 2 of eliminations to 5 and 6. Keith Desjarlais is up against Dwight Grzybowski, who dialed in at 1052. Keith Desjarlais will have about a second before Dwight Grzybowski is going to hunt him down. Go fast, don't die is what it says on the back of the Beaumont. And he succeeded, 11:65 and 11:62. And our next pair in the Pro Division is Walter Fruit Loop Furnetts in the 2008 Chevrolet Corvette, dialed in at a 1092. Dale Weist from Regina is in the 1970 Olds. That's a 442 W30. He would like to thank Old School Racing. He's dialed in at 1047, so he'll have a slight weight on Walter Furnetts on this one. All right, clean start for both vehicles. It's going to be a drag race to the quarter-mile stripe. And out the back door, it is Walter Furnetts, 1087 on a 1092. Both vehicles broke out. But Walter broke out less, and so the win light goes on for Walter Furnetts. He's into the next round. In the left-hand lane, in the Kia EV6, thanking SaskEV.ca, Suncatcher Solar, Rock Paper Sun Solar, Proquito LLP Law Firm, and Turn Into Tide Bookstore, it's Glenn Wright out of Vanscoy. And in the right-hand lane, last year's champion, Braden Haru, in the 1968 Cutlass, called the Scat Rat. He's got a weight, and it's going to be a bit of a headhunter race here. EV's out. Will Braden Haru track him down? He will. Braden Haru ran a 944 on a 939 dial-in time. He advances to the next round. Our next pair of competitors is Andrew L. from Balgony in the 1970 Dodge D100, dialed in 972. In the right-hand lane is Mark Bennett from Emerald Park. He's in the 71 Plymouth Duster. He's dialed in at a 924. Not a ton of gap on this one, folks. Those lights are going to come down very similarly. This is final call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. Final call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. And the win light's going to come on for Mark Bennett, Andrew L., just on the wrong side of red. Mark Bennett would have broken out on that pass, but because of the red light on the pickup truck, he will advance. All right, in the left-hand lane is Ryan Doherty. He's going to thank the Lindell Concrete Supply of Hague. This is the Bad Influence Dodge Challenger 1972. And in the right-hand lane, it's Brandon Bennett from White City in the 1984 Ford Mustang. That's one of the Fox bodies. It's extremely popular in drag racing. Of course, the Challenger needs no introduction. All right, the Mustang's got a bit of work to reel the Challenger back in. It's going to be super close as we get to 1320, and it's going to be Brandon Bennett. Brandon Bennett will advance, running a 927 on the 926. Ryan Doherty broke out just ever so slightly, so the win light goes on for Brandon Bennett. Our next pair features Camden Fiesel from Regina in the 1979 Chevrolet Nova. And in the right-hand lane, it's Ryan Appleby from Emerald Park in the 1968 Dodge Charger. He'd like to thank Precision Machine, BBJ, 5-Star Service, Bennett's Auto, ABS Competition, and Kendra, Kara, and Russ. Oh, man, I love the way he pulls the wheels in the right-hand lane. And out towards the top end, we'll see if he backs that wheel stand up. And he will, a 1077 on a 1079, but he broke out less than Camden Fiesel, who ran a 1041 on a 1048. So it's Ryan Appleby moving on to the next round. Street Legal 3 and 4, please. First call for Street Legal to 3 and 4. Next up, it's Jansen Atten from Outlook in the 1982 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane, it's Isaac Stettner from Regina in the 1969 Dodge Dart. Dialed in at a 1050 and a 1011 respectively. There's not a ton of time on the tree, but you'll still see it as those amber lights descend. Just waiting for both to bump in and get those stage lights turned on. There we go. Lights come down. Lights come down. Wheels go up for Isaac Stettner. And out towards the top end, we've got a heck of a drag race here, folks. This is very, very even. And it'll be Isaac Stettner running a 1013 on a 1011. He will advance to the next round. Jansen Atten ran a 1050 on a 1050, but Stettner had the better reaction time. Testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. Street legal to 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Street legal 3 and 4. And we are into the second round of our Super Pro division. Door slammer versus rail car. Look at this. Clarence Hunkel dialed in at an 1149. Rich Harder in the dragster dialed in at a 779. Almost a 3.5 second wait. We're going to see what that looks like on the tree as the ambers come down. So the ambers are going to come down first for the Camaro. He's going to get the head start, and then it'll be up to Rich Harder to track him down. This is a classic headhunter race when you've got that 3.5 second gap. You can watch the ambers just starting now. Oh, and Clarence went red. He knew he was on a tough one that time. Rich Harder's still going to run it out the quarter. And he ran a 788 on a 779. So Rich Harder in the dragster moves on to round number 3 of our Super Pro division. Testers 1 and 2, please. Testers 1 and 2. And street legal to 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Street legal 3 and 4. All right, our next matchup is Fred Schwab from Dundurn, or the RM of Dundurn, Raller in the 1975 AMC Hornet. He's dialed in at 1144. Scott Uremko from Chaplin in the 67 Acadian Conso in the right-hand lane. We're calling Junior Dragster to lane 1, please. Junior Dragster to lane number 1. Fred Schwab is going to take off about, 3.5 seconds before Scott Uremko is going to even think about it. Scott Uremko will advance, though. Fred Schwab, unfortunately, just on the wrong side of red. The wind light comes on for Scott Uremko, and he would have broken out. He ran an 8:10 on an 8:15, but because Fred Schwab went red, it will be Scott Uremko moving on to the next round. All right, we're calling Junior Dragster to station lane 1, please, as Junior Dragster to station lane 1. Street legal to 3 and 4. Street legal to 3 and 4. Jack Appleby is up next with the 1972 Dodge Dart, hailing from Emerald Park. He's dialed in at a 932. Chris Kirk Gessner from Dundurn in the 65 Plymouth Belvedere is dialed in at a 936. We got a battle of the Mopars developing here. Dodge versus Plymouth. Everyone wants to be the king of their particular brand, especially under that Mopar umbrella. Near even start. You can see it. There's barely any difference on the tree on that one. They were so close in on the dial-ins. It's nearly heads up. And it's going to be Chris Kirk Gessner in the Belvedere moving on to the next round. Both broke out, but he broke out less. So Chris Kirk Gessner moves on into round number 3 of our Super Pro division. Next up is Kelly Morrison in the 1970 Chevrolet El Camino, dialed in the 954. Rick Brown in the 06 Chevrolet Corvette wants to thank Stripe Shop and Agri-Tactics Agronomy. He's dialed in at a 774. Be about a second and an eighth, I think, if I'm reading that right, that he's going to have to wait. Kelly Morrison in the El Camino will get the head start, but of course, because we're bracket racing, the head start doesn't really mean anything. The only thing that matters is if the wind light comes on for you at the tail end of the track, at the top end. We are looking for Junior Dragster in staging lane 1, please. Good clean start for both vehicles. The Corvette made a move to the inside. We'll see if it impacts him at the top end. It does not. 778 on a 774. Rick Brown and the Corvette moves on to the next round. And this is the last vehicle in the Super Pro division. This is Taylor Fiesel from Regina in the 01 Dragster. He has the buy run. He's dialed in at 807. He can save it, stage it, and save it, or he can test that number, make sure it's correct for the next round of eliminations. We'll see what he chooses. He wants to thank Vote Auto, Buyer's Choice, and Key Storage. And the Ambers come down. And he is going to test the number by the sounds of it. 803 on an 807. Might have some thinking to do before moving on to the next round. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1, please. Junior Dragster to staging lane 1. Final call for street legal, staging lanes 3 and 4. Final call for street legal to 3 and 4. Junior Street to 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6. Junior Dragster to 1. And we've got Tyson Daranoski on a test pass on that 99 Chevrolet S10. Going to grab some data on how it's performing. Junior Street, we're calling you to 3 and 4. Junior Dragster to 1, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6. Junior Street to 5 and 6. Junior Dragster to 1. Junior Street to 5 and 6. That's Junior Street to 5 and 6. And, folks, we are into the street legal division. This is Maya DeJarlis in the left-hand lane out of Regina. That's a 2011 GMC Sierra 1500. This one's called the Orca. Dialed in at a 1668. Would like to thank Dyna Crane, Deck Bros, Pro Reefer, Meterman, ABS Performance, and Link Trailer. And in the right-hand lane, it's going to be Sherry Gordon. Just confirming the dial-in number. The Orca is dialed in at a 1668. Sherry Gordon dialed in at a 1489. So it's going to be the Orca with a near 2-second head start on the tree. Sherry Gordon will have to chase down the Orca in the 05 Dodge Magnum. Again, this is one of the things I like about the street legal division. We get a wide variety of vehicles of different performance levels, but because of the way we do bracket racing, all you have to be is consistent. Consistent on the tree and consistent on the dial-in time, and you can wind your way to victory in our street legal division. The Orca is going to try and do it, win one for the pickup crowd. Calling Junior Street to 5 and 6, please. Junior Street to 5 and 6. Carrying on in our street legal division, it's Sullivan Groff. I've heard he's got a license now. He wants to thank Ed and family and his dad, and he wants to say hi to Mike. He's dialed in at a 1336. He's got a tough opponent, though, in Walter Furnet's in the 08 Chevrolet Corvette. It's going to be a near 2.5-second gap at the beginning for Sullivan Groff. And it's going to be up to Walter Furnetz to hunt him down in the quarter mile on this pass here. We'll see if the pickup truck can hold him off at the top end. And it's going to be Walter Furnet's running an 11:07 on a 10:86. Sullivan Groff ran a 13:35 on a 13:36, breaking out just barely. Our next pair features Matt Hendry from Dundurn on the 2008 Suzuki GSX-R, part of the Hendry Motorsports. And he wants to thank Glenn and Anita Hendry. Evan Stephenson is in the 78 Dodge Aspen, dialed in at 12:17, so he'll have a bit of a head start on the bike there. And the bike's going to have to do some work. I don't know if that was quite the start he was hoping for. Oh boy, it's going to be close at the top end, folks. It will go to Evan Stephenson. He ran a 12:19 on a 12:17. Matt Hendry ran at 11:67 on at 11:26. All right, we got a classic matchup here, folks. This is Trevor Jasic in the 1992 Pontiac Trans Am GTA, dialed in at a 14:65. And the pony car arrival in the right-hand lane is Kerry Reap in the 2014 Ford Mustang, dialed in at 15 seconds. So Kerry Reap will have a very slight starting line head start here. And then it'll be up to Trevor Jasic to try and chase it down. This is a classic matchup, Firebird versus Mustang. They have been battling for decades, and the rivalry is renewed here. And it's a heck of a drag race. I cannot tell from my vantage point what's going to happen. And it's going to be Kerry Reap advancing. She ran a 14:96 on a 15, but she broke out last. Trevor Jasic ran a 14:60 on a 14:65. The win goes to Kerry Reap, who will advance to the next round of street legal eliminations. And then we're going to find Taylor Jasic in the left-hand lane from here in Saskatoon. That's a 2010 Chevrolet Camaro, dialed in at 13:51. And you couldn't find two vehicles more different than the 2023 Tesla dual motor by Roy Wright out of Vanscoy, dialed in at 12:31. Win light comes on for Taylor Jasic. Roy, red lit on that one, unfortunately, but Taylor will still ride out to test the number, make sure it's good for the next round. I think he may have let out a little bit, but it's hard to say from here. Chad Novak's got a bye run. We're going to close out our street legal division here. That's a 2013 Dodge Dart, dialed in 17:57. I suspect he's going to test that number to see if it holds up. Moving on into the next round of eliminations is the Dodge Dart of Chad Novak. Again, this is a perfect example. As long as your vehicle passes tech and it runs consistently, you can be a winner. You can go rounds. In our street legal division, this Dodge Dart is proof of that. Runs a 17:70 on a 17:57. He's got some thoughts. Gonna have to think about that number, perhaps.
Okay, guys, I'm calling Pro to 3 and 4. Pro to 3 and 4.
Can we get Pro to 3 and 4, please? That is Pro to 3 and 4. Pro for the next round of eliminations to 3 and 4, please. All right, in our junior street division, it is Kaiden Farr in the left-hand lane in the 2019 Dodge Ram Sport, dialed in at 10:29. Laura Pitka in the 95 Chrysler Intrepid, dialed in at 11:68. Ran the dial in perfectly on her last pass. We'll be looking to repeat that performance here. It's going to be a tough one, though. The junior street class is very tight. Not a lot of difference between the vehicles at the top end, so we will see how this one plays out. Remember, this one only goes to the 8th mile, so it's going to end real quick. And it's going to be Kaiden Farr moving on. He ran a 10:41 on a 10:29. Laura Pitka ran an 11:79 on 11:68. So it'll be Kaiden Farr moving on to the next round of junior street. And it's our final pair of Junior Street. It's Lucas Guyman in the left-hand lane from Viceroy, Saskatchewan. That big Dodge dialed in at a 1024. It's a 1994 edition, 2500. And in the right-hand lane is Isabel McMillan in the 2000 GMC Sierra, dialed in 1106. She also ran an extremely on-the-nose dial-in. This one's going to probably be decided by reaction time. That's not quite what I meant. Oh, quite a bit of smoke out of the pickup truck. I'm not sure what's going on. All right, Lucas Guyman ran a 1034 in the left-hand lane. And we won't be too concerned about Isabel's number. Obviously, something went astray with the 2000 GMC Sierra. Wayne McKinnon's come around in the Cavalier for a test pass. We just got to wait for the Junior Streets to clear the top end. Isabel's doing the right thing, letting Lucas clear before she makes that left-hand turn to come down the return road.
I don't want them up for Mitch, Sherry. Just wait until they turn off, because that car is really going slow. It's got a 9-second car that's hang on. Okay, now you can.
Just waiting for the top end to clear. It's clear now. Wayne McKinnon on a test pass.
There's one where they got the hidden microphonics underneath the big pool. They ripped the car.
Absolutely hunting the tree on that one, but on the wrong side of red, a 0009 red for Wayne McKinnon. Ran a 9:30 on 146 on his quarter mile elapsed time, though. And next is going to be the Sweet Revenge 3 of the Boschman Racing team. This is their newest entry in this drag racing class. I'm a big fan of the 32 Altered Bantam from Dalmany. It's Mason Boschman behind the wheel. Laying down a solid set of rubber here for his next pass. Just backing him up exactly where those tire tracks were. That's why it's a three-man job. You got the one behind, the one in front, and the one behind the wheel, making sure it backs up exactly where it needs to be so those big Goodyear Eagles hook up at the hit of the throttle. Big fan of the Sweet Revenge 3. Glad to see it testing with us here today. Can we cut Pro to 3 and 4, please? Sweet Revenge 3 on a solid pass to the top and runs an 880 at 117 miles an hour. A good run for the Sweet Revenge 3.
So Taylor, you can run.
And next up is our junior dragster final. It's going to be Thomas Jacek Flamin, Turbo Tom, taking on Victoria Desjarlais. I believe they met in the finals at points race number 1. Thomas was victorious. Victoria looking to change that outcome. We're calling Pro to 3 and 4. Next round of eliminations. Find your partner and head to lanes 3 and 4, Pro. The staging lanes are awfully empty right now, so Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, the junior dragsters are making their way up here. That's Thomas Jacek Flaman. He'll be in the left-hand lane. Dialed in at 11:67. It'll be Victoria Desjarlis in the right-hand lane. She dialed in at a 13:64. Victoria would like to thank Dyna Crane Services, Deck Brothers, Link Trailers, and Pro Reefer for sponsoring her this year. Turbo Tom's looking to lock up another victory in our junior dragster division. Making the final adjustments on those 4-stroke engines at the back of those junior dragsters. They're so narrow they actually fit inside one of the grooves on the drag strip. All right, this is our junior dragster final. Both vehicles bumped in. And it's a clean start. A very clean start. Let's see how it plays out at the 8th mile. This is going to be a close one. Thomas is trying to chase down Victoria, but we'll see what happens at the 8th. Oh, and Thomas Jacek Flaman wins at an 11:77 on 11:67. Victoria broke out just a little bit, 0.02 breakout for Victoria. That will be upsetting for her, but Thomas Jacek Flaman, he's picked up a win in that junior dragster division. We're calling Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro for the next round of eliminations. Find your opponent and make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. This is a call for Pro. Well, we've got a moment. You can head on over to the souvenir shop. It's going to be open for 25 more minutes. It's going to be open until 2 o'clock if you want to grab some SIR gear. We got shirts, we got sweaters, we got stickers, we got a phenomenal calendar. Also, you can make your way to Hector's Grub Hub, grab yourself a bite to eat. The brisket on a bun is on special today for $12. You're going to want to grab one of those. And you can make your way to the Mackenzie Auto Group Beer Garden, grab yourself a clean, crisp, cool, refreshing adult beverage. And if you buy some Great West product, please do turn in your receipts to the Beer Garden, as that goes to help our club out. So thank you very much. Just got to do a bit of prep work here. We want to take a chance to thank our sponsors here as well. We want to thank the YXE Jeep and Ram Center of Saskatoon, Saskatoon Truck Center, Continental Auto Body and Restoration, Laser Auto Body of Saskatoon, ABS Competition Enterprises of Regina, Amigos Auto Wrecking of Clavette, Audio Warehouse Saskatoon, BBJ 5-Star Services, ECU Works Extreme Transmission of Saskatoon, Hardcore Performance Specialty Saskatoon, Hub Automatic Transmission of Saskatoon, Impact Diesel Performance, Kelvin's Wheel, Lesco Distributors of Edmonton, Newell Auto Inc., Performance Plus of Saskatoon, Precision Performance in Edmonton, Precise Engines, Queen City Performance, Randy's Diesel Repair, RPM of Saskatoon, RWH Motorsports, the Saskatoon Co-op on Avenue C, Superior Diesel Services, Thane's Big T Auto Repair, and Tiger Automotive. We're also going to thank Batco Manufacturing, Full Line Ag of Saskatoon, Unified Auto Parts, Napa Store, Sask Auto Lift. For our concrete welding and construction supply, we got to thank CIWS, that's the Canadian Industrial Welding Services, DAB Welding of Saskatoon, Dynacrane Services, Inland Concrete, Ishtar Concrete of Saskatoon, Scooters Trenching, Whitecap Supply, Zell Countertops. Also, we need to thank Sask Lotteries of Saskatchewan and the Snooker Shack here in Saskatoon, as well as Crosscut Films. We'll thank Access Electric of Saskatoon as well. Shout out to Avenir Energy, TR Petroleum, and VPA Racing Fuels of Saskatoon and Calgary. And, of course, we want to say a thank you to Wendell Clarkson, the Pepsi-Cola Canada Saskatoon Division. And, of course, we cannot help but thank Medivie Ambulance for the ambulance and the paramedics as we go racing today. We can't do it without them. They want you to live life fully, so you can find them at medivie.ca. Also, Saskatoon Police Service and Saskatoon Police Street Legal Safety Program, along with SGI. We're going to thank Competition Muffler of Saskatoon, Dennis Tire Center, and OK Tire in Saskatoon as well. And for our printing signs and souvenirs, we got to thank Garage Inc., Classic Promotions, Globe Printers of Saskatoon, Impressions and Thread of Regina, LB Sign Saskatoon, Listyle Trophies Limited, and Quick Times Magazine. Update, the souvenir shop is going to close at 1:45, so you've got 10 minutes. 10 minutes. The souvenir shop will be closed in 10 minutes, so if you need anything, make your way there right now, actually. For our rentals, we got to thank United Rentals, Link Trailer Rentals, Little John Rentals of Saskatoon, and the Rent It Store in Saskatoon. As well, we got to thank Nordic Fencing, Diesel Medics Limited, Haga HD Mechanics, Beaver Container Systems, Sandman Hotels of Saskatoon, Neighbors Mechanical, Travelodge Saskatoon, Aaron Timothy Painting, Royal Towing Saskatoon, Classic Car Wash, JR & Co. Roofing Contractors, The Last Mountain Berry Farm, Mac Tools, Outlaw Metal Fabrication, Metal Dynamics Incorporated and Metal Supermarkets, Q-Line Trucking, Trax Footwear of Saskatoon, Triumph Contractors, Kim Breckner, the MLA for Saskatoon Riversdale, Astro Towing, Here Right Canada of Saskatoon, Transcare Rescue, and Whitehead Trucking. And our photographer for today has been Richard Bedford Photography. You can find him on Facebook, and I'm sure if you asked him really nicely, he would sell you a print if he's got an image of your vehicle that you would like to have. Thanks again to all of our sponsors for making our race days possible here at SIR. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We are calling pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. That is pro to staging lanes 3 and 4 for the next round of eliminations. You can find your opponent and make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, we're just going to wait it out and see what happens here. We've got a bit of precipitation right now, so we're just going to be a few moments. We're just going to wait and see what happens. Please stand by. quick update, everyone. We're just going to give it a little bit here to see what happens, and then we're going to attempt to dry the track and maybe get one more round in. But Skip is just out taking a look at the track right now. Please stand by. We thank you for your patience today as we navigate a bit of weather again. So we're just checking it out. We're going to make a decision about what we're going to do shortly. So just hang tough. Thank you very much. All right, it seems like we have found ourselves a windows, folks, so we are ready to go racing. We're going to get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, and Super Pro to 5 and 6. Super Pro to 5 and 6. We've got a bit of a window here, so if everyone can bump into their staging lanes, find your partner, and let's rock and roll. That's Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, and Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please. All right, folks, we've got ourselves a window. Let's get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, and Super Pro to 5 and 6. That is Pro to 3 and 4, Super Pro to 5 and 6, please. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? That's Pro to 3 and 4, Super Pro to 5 and 6. Super Pro to 5 and 6. We've got a bit of a window. Let's try and get some more racing in. That's Pro to 3 and 4. Super Pro to 5 and 6.
We want to get some of this race done.
As per Skippy, we want Pro in 3 and 4 now, and Super Pro in 5 and 6. That is Pro in 3 and 4 as per Skippy ASAP, as in right now. Super Pro 5 and 6, Pro 3 and 4. Can we get all SIR staff back to their positions, please? That is all SIR staff back to their positions. Also calling Pro to 3 and 4 and Super Pro to 5 and 6. All SIR staff to your positions, please. All SIR staff, if you have not done so, back to your positions, please. That is all SIR staff. Back to your positions. Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We do have a window. Let's go racing. Super Pro to 5 and 6. That is Pro to 3 and 4. Super Pro to 5 and 6. We do have ourselves a window. Let's not lose it. All right, folks, we are back to action here. Thanks again to the staff for turning the track around. We are ready to go with our next round of eliminations. We're going to start with our pro division here right away. We can start any moment now. All right, first pair for the third round of pro eliminations. We are calling testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. That's testers to 1 and 2. All right, first pair of Super Pro in round number 3 underneath the tower. In the left-hand lane, we've got Ryan Appleby out of Emerald Park, Saskatchewan. The 1968 Dodge Charger is ready to rock and roll. And in the right-hand lane, it's Walter Furnetz. That's a 2008 Chevrolet Corvette. Ryan Appleby dialed in at a 978. Walter Furnetz dialed in at a 1090, nearly a full second difference that Ryan Appleby will have to wait once Walter's light goes green. And it is a clean start. And this one is going to be settled at the top end. Appleby trying to run down Walter Furnetz. And at the top end, it's going to be Ryan Appleby, 999 on a 978. Walter Furnetz runs a 1096 on a 1090. Victory goes to Ryan Appleby. He'll advance to the next round. We're calling testers to 1 and 2, please. Testers to 1 and 2. All right, testers 1 and 2, sportsmen 3 and 4. That's sportsmen to lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, Brandon Bennett in the left-hand lane in the 84 Ford Mustang. Isaac Stettner in the Dart. 925 for Brandon Bennett, 1010 for Isaac Stettner on the line here. This should be a good match. Isaac Stettner wants to thank Stettner Auto and Performance, Hoosier Tires, BBJ 5-star service, Hughes Transmission, and Spider Electric. Isaac Stettner rips the wheels off and goes red in the process. That's a 002 red for Isaac Stettner. So Brandon Bennett in the Mustang will advance to the next round. Next up, it's Nolan Penner. 1047, Mark Bennett, 922. Sportsman, we're looking for you in 3 and 4, please. That's Sportsman in 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, Nolan Penner in the 1966 Ford Fairlane dialed a 1047. He's got Mark Bennett, who's been on a tear today. He dialed a 922 in the Plymouth Duster 1971 edition. We've got ourselves a clean start, and it's going to be the Duster having to hunt down the Fairlane at the top end. The Duster is trying to put a charge on. Let's see what happens. And it'll be the Duster. Mark Bennett runs a 928 on the 922, and he will advance to the next round. Nolan Penner ran a 1053 on a 1047. Next up, we should have a good matchup here, folks. In the left-hand lane, it is Keith DeJarlis out of Regina. That's a 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. He's got the life advice on the back window there. Go fast, don't die. But he's got a tough customer in the right-hand lane. It's Braden Haru, the Scat Rat, the 1968 Olds Cutlass 442. Braden Haru dialed in at a 941. He's going to have to wait 2 seconds for Keith DeJarlis. And it is a clean start. The Scat Rat is trying to hunt down the Beaumont at the top end. Oh, this is going to be a close one, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, very good. 946 for Braden Haru on a 941. Braden Haru advances to the next round. Keith DeJarlis ran an 11. Ran an 11:63 on an 11:51. So do we, Braden Haru, moving on to the next round. We are looking for Sportsman in 3 and 4, please. That is Sportsman in 3 and 4. We're moving right along into our Super Pro category. This is Taylor Fiesel in the 01 Dragster. He'd like to thank Vogt Auto, Buyer's Choice, and Key Storage, dialed in 804. Scott Uremko from Chaplin in the 67 Acadian Console, dialed in 810. This is going to be a very close, very, very fast race. Door Slammer versus Rail Car. Oh boy, they don't get much more even than this, and let's see how it settles out. And it's going to be the Rail Car running an 806 on the 804. It's going to be Taylor Fiesel moving on to the next round. Scott Uremko ran an 815 on an 810. Sportsman 3 and 4. Sportsman 3 and 4.
Dave, as a wait for Sportsman to 3 and 4, I'm calling street legal to 5 and 6.
We're calling street legal to 5 and 6. That is street legal to 5 and 6. Sportsman 3-4. Sportsman 3-4. All right, Chris Kirk Gessner in the left-hand lane in the 1965 Plymouth Belvedere. He's dialed himself a 934. Rick Brown from Indian Head in the 2006 Chevrolet Camaros running us. Wants to thank the Stripe Shop, Agritactics Agronomy, and he's dialed himself a 774. Not quite 2 seconds a gap on this one. It's going to be the Belvedere who's going to get the green light first. Rick will have to wait, and that is an extremely difficult thing to do. All right, both vehicles are pre-staged. Oh, Chris Kirk Gessner dialed a 001 negative on that one. Unfortunately, he turned on the red light. Rick Brown is going to move on. He ran a 775 on his 774. His number is probably pretty solid. So Rick Brown from Indian Head. Rick Brown from Indian Head, moving on. Sportsman 3 and 4, your lanes are empty. Come on. Sportsman 3 and 4, street legal 5 and 6, please. We would like to get this day in the books if at all possible. So Sportsman 3 and 4, street legal 5 and 6. All right, we've got a buy in our Super Pro division here. This is Rich Harder out of Saskatchewan in one of our rail cars here. He's dialed himself a 779. You can stage it, save it, or you can run it. And it looks like he's going to run it, check and make sure that number is all right. And through the top end, 780. 780 on a 779. Not too shabby at all. All right, that concludes that round of eliminations for our Super Pro division. Next up is we've got Tyson Darrenowski on a test pass. Street legal, we're looking for you in 5 and 6, please. That is street legal. We are looking for you in 5 and 6. Sportsman 3 and 4. All right, let's see what Tyson Darrenowski does on this test pass here. The truck has been consistent. I know they had to change their transmission a couple weeks ago. Obviously, that's paid off. Solid on the tree for Tyson Darrenowski. Hard on the throttle out past half track. And looks like he's going to tag up a little bit at the top end. Yeah, 12-16 on a 72, but you could hear him get out of the throttle. Tag up a little bit there. All right, street legal, we need you in 5 and 6. Final call for Sportsman. We are running right now without you. There's one pair missing. Final call for Sportsman right now. Your class. That's Sydney Weeks and Owen DeJarlis, please. That's Sydney Weeks and Owen DeJarlis. If you can make your way to staging lanes 3 and 4, please. We are running the Sportsman division right now. Street Legal, we are looking for you in 5 and 6, please. All right. In our sportsman division, it's Amanda Jacek-Flamin in the 1999 Pontiac Trans Am GTA, dials an 1170. Chantel Hendry out of Dundurn in the 1970 Plymouth Duster has dialed a 1280. It'll be Chantel who gets a full second start. And this is going to be a race, folks. Amanda Jacek-Flamin is going to have to do some work if she's going to cut Chantel at the top end. And at the top end, the lights go on for Chantel Hendry, a 1288 on a 1280. Next up in sportsman.
Okay, I'm doing my last call for street legal, and I'm calling the junior street.
Last call for street legal. Last call for street legal to 5 and 6. Junior street final to staging lanes 1 and 2. Junior street final to staging lanes 1 and 2. Last call for street legal to 5 and 6. Garrett Gerwing in the left-hand lane in the Dodge Charger has a slight advantage over Evan Stephenson in the 1978 Dodge Aspen. A battle of the Mopars for the ages, separated by a few decades. Will it be Aspen? Will it be Charger? And it's going to be the Aspen, a 1223 on a 1218 for Evan Stephenson. He moves on. All right, this should be a... All right, this should be a fun one. We got Jay Steele in the 2015 Jeep Grand Cherokee, and he's going to go up against Glenn Wright in the 2023 Kia EV6. The EV6 is down to 1211. The Grand Cherokee is down to 1566. It's going to be a 3.5 second head start for the Grand Cherokee before the EV6 will see the light go green. And here we go. The EV6 is going to do the headhunter race on the Grand Cherokee. Grand Cherokee is going to try and hold the EV6 in its back right pocket. But at the top end, it's going to be... It's going to be Glenn Wright in the EV6. He ran a 1212 on a 1211. Outduels Jay Steele, who dialed a 1570, ran a 1571 on a 1566. All right, our last pair in sportsman is Owen DeJarlis in the left-hand lane out of Regina, 1976 Chevrolet Vega. And in the right-hand lane is Sidney Weeks, the 1964 Dodge Polara out of Saskatoon. The Polara gets the advantage in terms of the dial-in time. Owen DeJarlis is going to have to do some work in the Vega to hunt him down. And at the top end, the win light will come on for Sidney Weeks, who ran a 1310 on a 13. Owen DeJarlis ran a 1201 on a 1221. He would have broken out on that pass. All right, Junior Street Final to 1 and 2, please. Junior Street Final to 1 and 2. All right, we're moving right on into our street legal division. Chad Novak in the left-hand lane in the 2013 Dodge Dart out of Kenora, dialed a 1763. In the right-hand lane, Sherry Gordon. That's a 2005 Dodge Magnum, dialed a 1489. About a 2 6/10 seconds head start for Chad Novak here. Sherry Gordon's going to have to do the headhunter. All right, win light goes on for Sherry Gordon. Chad Novak turned on the red light, unfortunately. Sherry Gordon breaks out a 1480 on a 1489, but still picks up the win as Chad Novak turns on the red light. Alrighty, in our left-hand lane is Taylor Jasic out of Saskatoon in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. And in the right-hand lane is Walter Furnetz, the 2008 Chevrolet Corvette. Taylor's dialed a 1351. Walter Furnetz a 1092. It's going to be about a 2-second head start, a little bit of tire chirp for Taylor on that one. And Walter Furness is unleashing the Corvette, trying to hunt down the Camaro as we get to the top end. It's going to be very, very close. And indeed it was. Taylor Jasic picks up the win, though. That's a 13.64 and a 13.51. Walter Furness ran an 11.08 on a 10.92. And our final pair in Street Legal is Kerry Reap in the left-hand lane, the 2014 Ford Mustang, hailing from Saskatoon. And in the right-hand lane, Evan Stephenson, also from Saskatoon. That's a 1978 Dodge Aspen. He's going to have to wait. Oh, and the wind light's going to come on for Evan Stephenson as Kerry went red on that one. All right, Pro to 3 and 4, please. Pro to 3 and 4. Short turnaround time. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. The weather's going to hold, it looks like, for at least a little bit yet. So Pro to 3 and 4. Next round of eliminations. We are calling you right now. All right, we got one of our finals here. This is in our junior street division. Left-hand lane is Lucas Guyman out of Viceroy. That's a 1994 Dodge 2500. He's dialed himself at 10.26. And in the right-hand lane is Kaiden Farr out of Saskatoon. That's a 2019 Dodge Ram Sport, dialed in at a 10.42. This one is for all the marbles in our junior street division here today. And it's a clean start, so let's see who's got the dial in right. Those two pickup trucks are just thundering down the quarter mile, and the wind lights comes on for Lucas Guyman. He ran a 10.33 on a 10.26. Kaiden Farr ran a 10.41 on a 10.42. He breaks out by 0.005 red, unfortunately. Pro 3 and 4, please. Pro 3 and 4. I know it's short, but the weather is cooperating, so Pro to 3 and 4, please. Can we get Pro to 3 and 4, please? Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4? We know it's a short turnaround time, but right now the weather is in our favor, so let's get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. Can we get Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4, please? Pro to staging lanes 3 and 4. First call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. That's our first call for Super Pro to 5 and 6. Pro to 3 and 4, please. We're going to give a shout out to Don Giesbrecht of Globe Printers. We're going to give him thanks for the correction. I had one of the racers' genders wrong, so that's been corrected. Thanks to Don Giesbrecht from Globe Printers. He's watching from home, and so we appreciate him reaching out and letting us know that the new announcer still got some bugs to work out. Thank you very much. Pro 3 and 4, please. 3 and 4. Super Pro 5 and 6, please. Super Pro 5 and 6.
Attention pitch, attention the pits. Final call for pro to the staging lanes, please. Final call for pro to the staging lanes.
All right, this is the final call for Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6. That's the final call for Super Pro to staging lanes 5 and 6, please.
Call for testing 1 and 2.
And first call for testers to 1 and 2, please. Final call Super Pro 5 and 6. First call for testers to 1 and 2. We are calling sportsmen to staging lanes 3 and 4. Sportsmen to staging lanes 3 and 4. Testers 1 and 2. Sportsmen 3 and 4. We're calling sportsmen to 3 and 4 and street legal to 5 and 6. That's sportsmen to 3 and 4 and calling street legal to 5 and 6, please. All right, we are moving in to the semifinals of our pro division. We're down to 4 cars. 4 last cars in our pro division here. So this is the semifinals. As well, we are calling sportsman to 3 and 4 and street legal to 5 and 6. That is sportsman to 3 and 4 and street legal to 5 and 6. All right, Ryan Appleby in the left-hand lane is going to race Braden Haru in the right. The Charger versus the Cutlass, a 979 on Ryan Appleby, a 941 for Braden Haru. And this should be a close race. You'll see it on the tree. There won't be a whole lot of difference. Braden is staged. Appleby is staged. And it is a clean start. And at the top end, this is going to be a close one, folks. And it's Braden Haru, a 941 on a 941. Ryan Appleby broke out, but he had a perfect light, a 0001 on the reaction time for Ryan Appleby, but he breaks out. The win goes to Braden Haru on a 941. Sportsman to 3 and 4. Sportsman to 3 and 4. We've got a father-son battle on the line here. Brandon Bennett in the Ford Mustang in the left-hand lane dials himself a 928. Mark Bennett in the 71 Plymouth Dusters a 926. Father and son for all the family bragging rights here. You know that you're going to hear about it. You want to win it for the points, of course, but you also, you know, for the family, right? You got to be a top dog in your family for sure. So Brandon Bennett versus Mark Bennett, we're going to sort it out right away here. And the win light is going to come on for Brandon Bennett because the red light went on for Mark. So Brandon Bennett runs a 929 on a 928. He picks up the W. Mark Bennett went red. He ran a 928 on a 926. It would have been a close race at that point, but he goes red. So Brandon Bennett moves on to the finals. He will face Braden Haru in our pro final. And we are moving on into our super pro division here. We're looking for sportsmen to 3 and 4, please. That's sportsmen to 3 and 4. All right, Rick Brown in Super Pro has the bye into the finals out of Indian Head. A 2006 Chevrolet Corvette. We'll see if he's going to test a number here or if he's going to stage it and save it. And it looks like he's going to stage it and save it. He's not going to take any chances since he's punched his ticket to the final. All right, the other half of the bracket in our Super Pro semifinals is a pair of rail cars. In the left-hand lane, it's going to be Taylor Fiesel, and in the right, it'll be Rich Harder. We got a couple rails ready to rock and roll for our Super Pro semifinal. Taylor Fiesel's dialed an 805. He'd like to thank Voked Auto, Buyer's Choice, and Key Storage. Rich Harder has dialed a 780. He'd like to thank Northern Blacktop, RWH Motorsports, and Laser Auto Body, and Triumph Construction. This should be a good race, both vying for a spot in the finals. 2 rail cars. Fiesel, left lane. Harder, right lane. The dial-in difference about 0.2 of a second. This is going to be a close one. They've both bumped into pre-stage and into staging. The ambers come down, And it's a clean start. This is going to be a heck of a race. And at the top end, it's going to be Rich Harder. He had a 0084 on the tree. He ran a 783 on a 780. He will move to the finals. He will face Rick Brown in the Corvette in our Super Pro final. All right, we've got Keith DeJarlis on a test pass here. Go fast, don't die. 1967 Pontiac Beaumont. Trying to get a bit of data out of this one, so we will see what he does. Just a test pass for Keith on this one. Looks like it hooked nicely. You have to hit the throttle on this one. And this is going to go through the top end. 1165 at 113 miles per hour for Keith DeJarlis and the Pontiac Beaumont. That's an 1165 at 113. All right, left-hand lane is Chantel Hendry. She's dialed a 1282. Sydney Weeks, as I've been corrected, she has dialed a 1304. Not a ton of difference on the lights this one. This should be a good race, folks. The Polara, we don't see a ton of them anymore, is moving on out there. The Duster is going to try and catch it at the top end, and the win will go to, it's going to go to Sydney Weeks, a 1303 on a 1304. They both broke out, but Sydney broke out last, so she is moving on to the next round of our Sportsman division. And also looking to move on, it's Evan Stephenson in the 78 Dodge Aspen and Glenn Wright in the Kia EV6. 12-12 to a 12-17. Let's see. And it's going to be a 12-14 for Glenn Wright. Moving on to the next round. Evan Stephenson broke out just ever so slightly. As we see some folks starting to head out of the pits, we want to wish you all a safe travels home. We will see you next time here at SIR. So safe travels if you're heading out.
I'm thinking about it. Is it bad up there for rocks?
I don't think it's too bad. It looks pretty good right now.
And Sherry Gordon in our street legal division will have a buy run dial of 1480. She can stage it and save it, or she can run it out and see if that number is what she wants to roll with. The Dodge Magnum is moving on out. They definitely did not make station wagons that fast when I was growing up.
Hey, Rick Bell, you want to go tell Russ that when he sees me dragging?
All right, it's a 1481 on a 1480 for Sherry Gordon. It's a 1481 on for a 1480 for Sherry Gordon. She will advance.
will be fine with it.
Just making a quick adjustment before we run our final pair of street legal here. Evan Stephenson is almost hot lapping it here, so we're just giving him a quick moment. Normally you would do your dial back in deep staging, but because he just moved in from the sportsman division, we're going to give him a shot at it here. Of course, to do that, you have to have the permission of your opponent, and it was granted in this case. And again, he's basically hot lapping this car, so we will see what it runs on this one. Alrighty, in the left-hand lane, we've got Taylor Jasic in the 2010 Chevrolet Camaro. Dials in at a 1351. Evan Stephenson in the 78 Dodge Aspen. Yes, you just did see him run in the Sportsman division. He's dialed himself a 1213. And it's going to be a close race, folks. Let's see how this one plays out. Evan Stephenson's got a little bit of work to do to catch Taylor Jasic as they approach the top, and it's going to be Evan Stephenson, a 12:18 on a 12:13. Taylor Jasic ran a 13:46 on a 13:51, and he broke out. So Evan Stephenson, hot lapping the Aspen, has advanced into the next round of Street Legal. All right, just a quick moment, folks. We got to do a quick conference here to see what's happening, so just be aware of that. Be advised. I will let you know what's going on when I know more. Well, folks, unfortunately, I have to be the bearer of bad news again. We're going to pull the pin on the day. We're going to run the finals in 3 weeks. Unfortunately, between the wind and the rain, we're just not able to do it today. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you to all of our staff who have worked so diligently all day, keeping things up and running. And, of course, thank you to all of our sponsors who make racing here at SIR possible. So, again, we are pulling the pin on the day. We'll run the finals in 3 weeks at our next set of points races. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for today. Thank you for your patience, everyone, in the stands and online. We really appreciate it. You guys have a safe drive home and a great rest of your day. And we will see you in 3 weeks for the next points race, and we'll see you in 2 weeks if you're doing the home quarter Dragon Drive.